Our Team Europe approach has enabled us to be more strategic, more assertive, and more united. We want to lead efforts to make the rules-based order fairer and make distribution more equal. This will also mean working with new and old partners to deepen our connections. Just last week, when I was in Delhi, we signed, I think, the most ambitious project of our generation, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. These are state-of-the-art connections for the world of tomorrow, faster, shorter, cleaner. These are investments in our partners' economies and their investment in Europe's prosperity and security in a fast-changing world.
Poslední úvěr ve výši 790 milionů euro nám vlastně pomůže zainvestovat v následujících několika letech právě do toho, abychom byli schopni naši distribuci připravit na výzvy budoucnosti, to znamená na instalace obnovitelných zdrojů ve velkém měřítku.
Evropská investiční banka je pro nás opravdu stabilní partner. Projekty, které jsme uskutečnili a pravděpodobně by se možná ani nerealizovali, kdybychom nespolupracovali s EIB, tak jsou například vybudování nemocnice následné péče v Moravské Třebové, což je záležitost unikátní, protože v České republice se nejvíce investuje do nemocnic akutní péče, urgentních, a toto je nemocnice doléčovací.
Děkuji EIB za to, že nám pomohla s financováním lokomotiv Trax MS3, to znamená, jsou to vícesystémové moderní lokomotivy. Tím, že jsou to nejnovější lokomotivy v Evropě, tak mají dokonce sníženou spotřebu o 5 až 7 % spotřebu elektrické energie, to znamená, že jsou nejenom zelené, ale jsou vlastně ultrazelené, protože jsou vlastně efektivnější než jiné elektrické lokomotivy.
My pracujeme se společnostmi tak, že z jejich plastů jim děláme jejich produkt. Je to takzvaná cirkulární ekonomika. Investice více jak 1 milion euro byla pro nás předtím neuchopitelná, jo? Takže my jsme za to rádi, posunulo nás to někam dál. Mohli jsme si koupit zařízení, které je sofistikovanější, který nám umožní lépe zpracovat ten odpadní produkt.
Nová linka medzi SGEF a EIB má podporiť projekty, ktoré doteraz neboli financovateľné tak na našej strane ako na strane EIB, a to sú projekty z oblasti inovácie, zelených investícií.
Tohle je nádherná tělocvična, která vznikla právě z peněz Evropské investiční banky, ale nejenom tělocvična. Pak to jsou projekty dopravní infrastruktury, pak to jsou také projekty v oblasti sociálních služeb, pak to jsou třeba projekty, a to je asi největší část těchto peněz od Evropské investiční banky, které putují do nemocnic. Ta spolupráce s Evropskou investiční bankou určitě zlepšuje životy lidí, protože my bychom neměli takový velký objem finančních prostředků, které potřebujeme vložit do projektu.
The European Green Deal was born out of this necessity to protect our planet. But it was also designed as an opportunity to preserve our future prosperity. Europe's industry is showing every single day that it is ready to power this transition, proving that modernization and decarbonization can go hand in hand. Take the electric vehicle sector. It is a crucial industry for the clean economy with a huge potential in Europe. Our wind industry, for instance, is a European success story. We will fast-track permitting even more. We will improve the auction systems across the European Union. We will focus on skills, access to finance, and stable supply chains, from wind to steel, from batteries to electric vehicles. Our ambition is crystal clear. The future of our clean tech industry has to be made in Europe. We stay the course, we stay ambitious, and we stick to our growth strategy.
Planning a trip to Prague? Save time, hassle and money on admission to sites and attractions. Get a Prague Visitor Pass, the only official all-inclusive city card. Choose a pass for either 48, 72 or 120 hours for adult, child or student. Get a plastic card or a virtual card in the app. Simply activate it whenever you want. It gives you access to more than 60 historical sites, guided tours, museums, galleries, the world-famous Prague Zoo, and cruises on the Vltava River. The pass includes unlimited travel on Prague's public transport, ferries, the historical hop-on, hop-off tram, and the funicular to Petrin Hill. Go to praguevisitorpass.eu or download the free app. Prague Visitor Pass. One card, endless experience.
In just under 300 days, Europeans will take to the polls in our unique and remarkable democracy. Among them will be millions of first-time voters. The youngest of them were born in 2008. As they stand in that polling booth, they will think about what matters to them. And when I speak to the new generation of young people today, I see that same vision for a better future, that same burning desire to build something better, that same belief that in a world of uncertainty, and that is what we have to do together. It is the moment to show them that we can build a continent where you can be who you are, love who you want, aim as high as you want, a continent that is united in freedom and peace. This is Europe's moment to answer the call of history. Long live Europe. Our Team Europe approach has enabled us to be more strategic, more assertive, and more united. We want to lead efforts to make the rules-based order fairer and make distribution more equal. This will also mean working with new and old partners to deepen our connections. Just last week, when I was in Delhi, we signed, I think, the most ambitious project of our generation, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. These are state-of-the-art connections for the world of tomorrow, faster, shorter, cleaner. These are investments in our partners' economies and their investment in Europe's prosperity and security in a fast-changing world.
Poslední úvěr ve výši 790 milionů euro nám vlastně pomůže zainvestovat v následujících několika letech právě do toho, abychom byli schopni naši distribuci připravit na výzvy budoucnosti, to znamená na instalace obnovitelných zdrojů ve velkém měřítku.
Evropská investiční banka je pro nás opravdu stabilní partner. Projekty, které jsme uskutečnili a pravděpodobně by se možná ani nerealizovali, kdybychom nespolupracovali s EIB, tak jsou například vybudování nemocnice následné péče v Moravské Třebové, což je záležitost unikátní, protože v České republice se nejvíce investuje do nemocnic akutní péče, urgentních, a toto je nemocnice doléčovací.
Děkuji EIB za to, že nám pomohla s financováním lokomotiv Trax MS3, to znamená, jsou to vícesystémové moderní lokomotivy. Tím, že jsou to nejnovější lokomotivy v Evropě, tak mají dokonce sníženou spotřebu o 5 až 7 % spotřebu elektrické energie, to znamená, že jsou nejenom zelené, ale jsou vlastně ultrazelené, protože jsou vlastně efektivnější než jiné elektrické lokomotivy.
My pracujeme se společnostmi tak, že z jejich plastů jim děláme jejich produkt. Je to takzvaná cirkulární ekonomika. Investice více jak 1 milion euro byla pro nás předtím neuchopitelná. Jo? Takže my jsme za to rádi, posunulo nás to někam dál. Mohli jsme si koupit zařízení, které je sofistikovanější, který nám umožní lépe zpracovat ten odpadní produkt.
Nová linka medzi SGEF a EIB má podporiť projekty, ktoré doteraz neboli financovateľné tak na našej strane ako na strane EIB, a to sú projekty z oblasti inovácie, zelených investícií.
Tohle je nádherná tělocvična, která vznikla právě z peněz Evropské investiční banky, ale nejenom tělocvična. Pak to jsou projekty dopravní infrastruktury, pak to jsou také projekty v oblasti sociálních služeb, pak to jsou třeba projekty, a to je asi největší část těchto peněz od Evropské investiční banky, které putují do nemocnic. Ta spolupráce s Evropskou investiční bankou určitě zlepšuje životy lidí, protože my bychom neměli takový velký objem finančních prostředků, které potřebujeme vložit do projektu.
The European Green Deal was born out of this necessity to protect our planet. But it was also designed as an opportunity to preserve our future prosperity. Europe's industry is showing every single day that it is ready to power this transition, proving that modernization and decarbonization can go hand in hand. Take the electric vehicle sector. It is a crucial industry for the clean economy with a huge potential in Europe. Our wind industry, for instance, is a European success story. We will fast-track permitting even more. We will improve the auction systems across the European Union. We will focus on skills, access to finance, and stable supply chains, from wind to steel, from batteries to electric vehicles. Our ambition is crystal clear. The future of our clean tech industry has to be made in Europe. We stay the course, we stay ambitious, and we stick to our growth strategy.
Planning a trip to Prague? Save time, hassle and money on admission to sites and attractions. Get a Prague Visitor Pass, the only official all-inclusive city card. Choose a pass for either 48, 72 or 120 hours for adult, child or student. Get a plastic card or a virtual card in the app. Simply activate it whenever you want. It gives you access to more than 60 historical sites, guided tours, museums, galleries, the world-famous Prague Zoo, and cruises on the Vltava River. The pass includes unlimited travel on Prague's public transport, ferries, the historical hop-on, hop-off tram, and the funicular to Petrin Hill. Go to praguevisitorpass.eu or download the free app. Prague Visitor Pass. One card, endless experience.
In just under 300 days, Europeans will take to the polls in our unique and remarkable democracy. Among them will be millions of first-time voters. The youngest of them were born in 2008. As they stand in that polling booth, they will think about what matters to them. And when I speak to the new generation of young people today, I see that same vision for a better future, that same burning desire to build something better, that same belief that in a world of uncertainty, and that is what we have to do together. It is the moment to show them that we can build a continent where you can be who you are, love who you want, aim as high as you want, a continent that is united in freedom and peace. This is Europe's moment to answer the call of history. Long live Europe. Our Team Europe approach has enabled us to be more strategic, more assertive, and more united. We want to lead efforts to make the rules-based order fairer and make distribution more equal. This will also mean working with new and old partners to deepen our connections. Just last week, when I was in Delhi, we signed, I think, the most ambitious project of our generation, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. These are state-of-the-art connections for the world of tomorrow, faster, shorter, cleaner. These are investments in our partners' economies and their investment in Europe's prosperity and security in a fast-changing world.
poslední úvěr ve výši 790 milionů euro nám vlastně pomůže zainvestovat v následujících několika letech právě do toho, abychom byli schopni naši distribuci připravit na výzvy budoucnosti, to znamená na instalace obnovitelných zdrojů ve velkém měřítku.
Evropská investiční banka je pro nás opravdu stabilní partner. Projekty, které jsme uskutečnili a pravděpodobně by se možná ani nerealizovaly, kdybychom nespolupracovali s EIB, tak jsou například vybudování nemocnice následné péče v Moravské Třebové, což je záležitost unikátní, protože v České republice se nejvíce investuje do nemocnic akutní péče, urgentních, a toto je nemocnice doléčovací.
Děkuji EIB za to, že nám pomohla s financováním lokomotiv Trax MS3, to znamená, jsou to vícesystémové moderní lokomotivy. Tím, že jsou to nejnovější lokomotivy v Evropě, tak mají dokonce sníženou spotřebu o 5 až 7 spotřebu elektrické energie, to znamená, že jsou nejenom zelené, ale jsou vlastně ultrazelené, protože jsou vlastně efektivnější než jiné elektrické lokomotivy.
My pracujeme se společnostmi tak, že z jejich plastů jim děláme jejich produkt. Je to takzvaná cirkulární ekonomika. Investice více jak 1 milion euro byla pro nás předtím neuchopitelná. Jo? Takže my jsme za to rádi, posunulo nás to někam dál. Mohli jsme si koupit zařízení, které je sofistikovanější, který nám umožní lépe zpracovat ten odpadní produkt.
Nová linka medzi SGEF a EIB má podporiť projekty, ktoré doteraz neboli financovateľné, tak na našej strane ako na strane EIB, a to sú projekty z oblasti inovácie, zelených investícií.
Tohle je nádherná tělocvična, která vznikla právě z peněz Evropské investiční banky, ale nejenom tělocvična. Pak to jsou projekty dopravní infrastruktury, pak to jsou také projekty v oblasti sociálních služeb, pak to jsou třeba projekty, a to je asi největší část těchto peněz od Evropské investiční banky, které putují do nemocnic. Ta spolupráce s Evropskou investiční bankou určitě zlepšuje životy lidí, protože my bychom neměli takový velký objem finančních prostředků, které potřebujeme vložit do projektu.
The European Green Deal was born out of this necessity to protect our planet. But it was also designed as an opportunity to preserve our future prosperity. Europe's industry is showing every single day that it is ready to power this transition, proving that modernization and decarbonization can go hand in hand. Take the electric vehicle sector. It is a crucial industry for the clean economy with a huge potential in Europe. Our wind industry, for instance, is a European success story. We will fast-track permitting even more. We will improve the auction systems across the European Union. We will focus on skills, access to finance, and stable supply chains, from wind to steel, from batteries to electric vehicles. Our ambition is crystal clear. The future of our clean tech industry has to be made in Europe. We stay the course, we stay ambitious, and we stick to our growth strategy.
Planning a trip to Prague? Save time, hassle and money on admission to sites and attractions. Get a Prague Visitor Pass, the only official all-inclusive city card. Choose a pass for either 48, 72 or 120 hours for adult, child or student. Get a plastic card or a virtual card in the app. Simply activate it whenever you want. It gives you access to more than 60 historical sites, guided tours, museums, galleries, the world-famous Prague Zoo, and cruises on the Vltava River. The pass includes unlimited travel on Prague's public transport, ferries, the historical hop-on hop-off tram, and the funicular to Petrin Hill. Go to praguevisitorpass.eu or download the free app. Prague Visitor Pass. One card, endless experience.
Good afternoon, dear guests. Let me welcome you again here at the Prague European Summit. I hope that you all enjoyed the lunch break, not only for great food, but also for some informal discussions. Now we will continue with our program, and this program is another European chat. It means the shorter format that we are using here at the Prague European Summit. And this chat will be quite special because we will welcome here representatives of Future European Leaders Forum, which is forum which is gathering young professionals, students, young people who are interested in European affairs, and they want to be active and they want to boost their knowledge. And what's also very important, they want to make contact with other participants of Prague European Summit, and they want to become more smarter after all the workshops, for example, they are visiting during the Future European Leaders Forum. I think it is a great initiative. It is, I think, this time 5th years or 7th year, I don't know, of this initiative. I am also one of the alumni, so I can really recommend to everybody from the young audience who has not yet taken part to do it, because it's a very enriching experience. During this Future European Leaders Forum chat, we have a very special guest, and it's my pleasure to welcome here Vice President of the European Commission for Values and Transparency, Věra Jourová. And also it's my pleasure to welcome him, moderator of the FELF chat, Jiří Mach, FELF Honorary Chairperson and Director of Operations and External Relations of Institute of International Relations. And as it is Future European Leaders Forum chat, of course, we need to have on the stage the young leaders as well. So I would like to welcome here 3 representatives of this FELF forum to join us here on the stage, because they will present their policy papers here to all of us. So please join us. So I can see that the panel is ready to start, so I would like to give the floor to Jiří Mach so he can start with the moderation of this European chat. Enjoy the discussion.
Thank you, Aneta, very much for your warm words. It is my big pleasure to moderate this discussion, and also thank you, Aneta, for promoting the FELF values and spreading the word. As our alumni, I'm really happy to see that some of our alumni already has made it in the big word, so I'm really happy about it. And thank you very much, Vice President, for joining us. It's a great honor to have you here and to have you listen to our policy proposals from our young group. And without further ado, we have trained for this, so I hope they will deliver their best. We have worked together, or they have worked together in groups in advance of this Prague European Summit to be ready for this big presentation. So I'm really excited to see how they are going. So please, if you could, Attia, please start.
Thanks a lot. My name is Attia, and today I'm representing the Forward Resilience Group. We are facing a crisis, a geopolitical crisis that limits the EU's capacity to become a strong, assertive, and resilient leader. We face a threat of Russia, and this threat does not allow us to make the EU great. We would like to propose an action here, a brave and bold action. And this is to establish an nuclear energy cooperation between the EU and the 2023 package enlargement states. These are specifically Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina. The reason why we chose these states is due to their proximity to the EU borders and due to the fact that these states are the most likely to start the acceleration process sooner than the other states. Moreover, as this is a policy proposal, we want to firstly limit the scope and make Georgia a future example for the South Caucasus region and Bosnia and Herzegovina an example for the Western Balkans. The EU already takes a lot of active actions in this region in order to ensure the democratic values and that the democratic institutions are established. But there is a large barrier over here. And this barrier is the energy dependence on Russian energy supplies. So the EU already has a comparative advantage in establishing the innovative and sustainable energy solutions, and we believe that nuclear energy specifically is sustainable, resilient, and inexpensive solution, which is why there are two steps that we think are needed to take for the EU to be active within these four countries. The first step is to grant the status of participating associate states within Euratom, as now Switzerland is the only non-EU state that is participating in Euratom. And this will allow to firstly start the development of nuclear industry, as within 3 of the 4 selected countries, currently nuclear industry is not present. So in Moldova, Georgia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are no nuclear power plants available. However, there are also no governmental regulations that would have limited it, meaning that the participation in the Euratom would start the establishment of the industry. And for Ukraine, on the other hand, this is a large opportunity to modernize the industry that already exists, as in Ukraine, the nuclear industry is 20% of the whole energy consumption, and as such, the EU can contribute towards these to be more modernized, sustainable, and also to make sure that the human rights are not neglected within the nuclear power plants that currently exist. So this step overall establishes a legal framework for the nuclear industry to start functioning within the states. And moreover, it is also beneficial for the EU because this will give a new step for Euratom to start being active again and to encourage innovation within the industry. Then this also then requires a further elaboration because the possibility of development does not explicitly mean that the countries have capacity. So how do we establish the capacity? This will happen by including the states in the Declaration on Small Modular Reactors 2030 that was suggested by European Commission this year and will come into action in the following years. We do believe that by including the states in the declaration, this will allow the technological investment to come to these countries and more innovation to be developed. Talking about the small modular reactors and why we chose specifically this technology, we believe that this is a technology that can replace old coal power plants and that can be a basis for the renewable energy to start within this region. So renewable energy is a long-term solution that we all want to see, but with the small modular reactors being established within the region, there is a possibility to achieve the independence from Russian energy supply faster. So at the end, these two actions are needed for establishing the energy security, for establishing the influence of the EU abroad, and for establishing the EU as the leader in climate change solutions that we all want to see. Lastly, to conclude my speech, I would like to tell that the policy brief was constructed by 5 people who all are present here. These are myself, Polina Penkina, Docen Kevin, Matt Strogan, and Stanislav Kopyta. Thanks a lot for thanks a lot for your work. Okay. Thanks a lot for your work, and I will be looking forward for the questions.
Thank you so much, Atiya, and thank you for the whole group as well. And now we're very eager to hear from Ms. Jourova what she has to say about this this proposal, whether it's feasible and whether we can maybe look forward to implementing it.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Atiya. It was also very energetic presentation, so very well fine-tuned with the topic. I was promised to listen rather than speak, so I will react very quickly. First of all, I very much like the idea which has been framed by you by the geopolitical context, because this is what is at stake at this moment. I would not agree a little bit with your first sentence. How was it that geopolitical crisis might limit the abilities and capabilities of the EU? Might, but we must not have this happen or let this happen. That's why the Russian aggression in Ukraine caused that we speeded up the change of our energy sources, that we are very fastly moving towards the renewable energy sources, and that in fact in the first year of the invasion we got rid of majority of the necessary supplies from Russia. Also, one historical lesson: if you don't know who it is, do not be dependent on him. There was historical underestimation of what Russia is. And we made big mistakes in the past, that we became so dependent on Russia as for the energy supplies, so and fuel and gas and coal. So coming back to your project, geopolitical context, very good. I think that by this project we could hit two targets. First of all, to be more energy safe. I am glad that you speak about small modular plants, because I think that the term of the really big monstrous projects is over. Also from our strategies and the expert papers, you can read this. Having the neighbors and future EU member states being safe as for energy, I think that this is a very pertinent and very good strategic goal. The second thing, we need to invite the new countries to join the EU. And I am very much in favor of something I call staged enlargement. And we already proposed some sectors where there could be much closer cooperation between the enlargement countries and the EU. And energy sector belongs to those 7 sectors which we listed in our plan. So I think that this is very spot on, well chosen topic, well thought through idea, which, as you said, we have to further elaborate on. I'm quoting you. One thing needs to be said also at the end, and not as a discouraging comment, but I think that you were following the battles and very heated discussions in the EU, whether nuclear energy should belong to the recognized green technologies. At the end of the day, we supported this idea, so it belongs to the technologies which can be financed from public sources, but also we are encouraging private investors to invest in this, mainly the small modular plants. But there is always a little bit, but there is strange atmosphere around that, because I remember when we were discussing this, it was France and Czech Republic. I was also the representative of those who wanted to see nuclear energy to be listed. But the discussion is not over, I think, and we will over time have to discuss further, because of course the main line of the direction is towards the renewable energy sources. Thank you. But I'm applauding. Very good project, very good idea. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your honest feedback. Now I would like to give floor to Jonas and his group and his project.
Good afternoon, Ms. Jourova, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jonáš Nepožitek, and today I will be presenting on our topic of economic resilience, boosting capacity building within the EU to increase sustainability. Before I start today, I would first like to thank my team for their innovative contributions and mostly their patience during the creation of the policy poster that you can see one floor below you. I would thus like to thank Manon Kuiper, I would like to thank Aline Gilles, and I would like to thank Miriam Berejková. Imagine a future where the EU stands shoulder to shoulder with the US and China in the realm of sustainability. During the last decade, the EU has expanded generously in the realm of sustainable regulations with policy initiatives such as the EU Green Deal or Fit for 55 being the most prominent ones. And yet, despite these efforts, the EU is somehow still falling behind the US and China, which is presenting severe economic, climate-related, and geopolitical risks. Now, why is that? We have identified two reasons why that might be the case. Firstly, it is in many countries of the European Union hard to conduct applied research for young and ambitious scientists. In countries such as the Netherlands, for example, it is much easier to do an industry-funded PhD and thus combine research with practical experience than in some other countries like those of the eastern part of the EU. And this presents a huge problem because it makes the pool of ambitious and capable researchers to work on EU-wide problems smaller and also less diverse. Secondly, we believe that there is insufficient coordination within the EU between science, business, and policy. We have the JRC, the EU Joint Research Centre. However, that only spans across science and policy. It does not include businesses, which is ignoring an essential part and essential sector during the innovation process outside of the scope of the JRC. So what can we do? We have proposed two solutions to this problem. Firstly, we believe that the EU should promote EU-wide PhD programs, create an infrastructure which will enable researchers, young scientists from all countries of the European Union to participate on EU-wide projects. And we believe that there is money for it. I mean, you could say that you could always expand investments, but there is actually money for it, and we would like to take it from Horizon Europe. We would mostly like to divert the current 15 billion euro funding that goes into the climate, energy and mobility cluster of the Horizon Europe. And secondly, we believe that we should expand the scope of the EU JRC to include businesses. The EU could take inspiration, for example, from the UN's Science, Policy and Business Forum, which already has an infrastructure in place that is like the one that we want. And it also presents a green technology startup hub, which enables on the spot the creation of entrepreneurial initiatives to foster sustainable technologies within the EU. In summary then, we believe that to avoid severe climate-related, existential, geopolitical, economic risks, the EU should incentivize young people, young researchers, to go into industry and to do industry-funded PhDs. And we also believe that we should expand the scope of the science policy interface to include an essential part of the investment process, which is the private sector. Dear Ms. Jourová, ladies and gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Jonáš. I see you prepared very well because your timing is very impeccable, so great job. So this is a proposal.
Energetic.
Yeah, exactly. And also it's with backing of finances, so very thought through. So I would like to very much hear what you have to say about it.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I missed the moment when you presented the team. Where are you? Okay, there's 3 ladies. Okay. Good. I like to see ladies in the field of research and innovations, because what I hear from the innovation sector, from the industry, that they are missing talents. And there is also in IT sector, and I always hear the complaints, there are not enough young women studying these themes. But coming back to the project, I think that what you want to achieve is the proper goal. So I want to congratulate you for picking up a very, very important topic, and not only for the EU, but you mentioned the UN level, and also the competition we have now, we appear in as Europe with US and China. In fact, it is, and it is not competition in the proper sense of the word, because we want to transfer our economies into green shape or green color. And I always hear that the Europe should not be so urgent and so demanding on ourselves, that we are only, I don't know, contributing to the pollution by 9%, which is true. So why do you have to pioneer? Why do you have to introduce such hard legislation? And so always there was a demand that we should push the others, mainly China, US, but also India and Brazil, to come along with us and to do, in fact, the same thing. So what US and China are doing, financing the green technologies and innovations in this field, well, in fact, it is what we wanted them to do. So I would say there are always two sides of the same coin. But coming back to Europe, what we need is, and you rightly pointed out, money, people, motivation, and I would also say some regulatory pressure to go in some direction. As for the money, you rightly mentioned the horizon. Honestly, I don't know whether there are those 15, what was it, billion? I would have to check, euro. I would have to check it, but definitely we have a lot of money in the recovery fund, which is a huge basket of funding, which is distributed to each member state, with a very strict condition that at least 33% of that money has to go to the green policy. And main part of this money should go to the innovations and into technologies. Why? Because the Green Deal is so ambitious program. Some say it's crazy, some say it's unfeasible, and so on. Anyway, there are concrete goals till 2030 and 2050. So very ambitious program, which counts with deployment of technologies which do not exist at this moment. It's one of the fantastic features of that we trust so much our research, our science, our engineers, that they will be able to develop the proper technologies. And at the same time, of course, there is a little bit of a question marks, yeah? Will it be possible? So we just cannot wait and see. That's why in that recovery fund, there is such big portion of money which is pushing the innovations forward, which is pushing each member state to do, I wanted to say his or her homework. Member states are it, no? I have a difficulty with the language. Well, Czech Republic is she, of course. And you also pointed out something, what's happening in the Netherlands compared with Czechia. You see that it belongs to the national efforts, and it depends on the national ability to use this funding on the projects which will contribute to the sustainable development goals. So this is not alibism. I hear you saying business research I hear you saying insufficient coordination through JRC. I will look into that. EU-wide PhD program, interesting. Thank you. May I sell it under my name? No, but seriously, I will look into that. Last comment. It's a big problem of Europe. This very long line between research and business. And I just had a roundtable with the Czech innovation companies. And again, I heard the same thing, that we have such high risk avoidance in Europe that simply it does not help us in competition with, for instance, United States. When I look at United States, they are celebrating failures because next time I will do it better and I will show. In Europe, we are stigmatizing failure. And it does not contribute to flourishing and health innovative space. So I think there is also a lot of work in this direction. We have a lot of projects and funding which should help to make this closer link between applied research and business. It requires both sides, applied research to work on the things which are truly applicable in business. And business should be able also to require and request and order the research on demand, which will push them forward as the business innovators. So there is a lot of work on the concrete projects, on also strengthening the motivation to go in the direction. I remember how desperate I was in COVID pandemic when we saw in the United States the BARDA program working full speed. In fact, here is the research, those who are developing the vaccines, and here are the manufacturers. And this very close bridge and quick way from research to manufacturing. In Europe, I can tell you it was a hell of a job to, first of all, to take a risk and invest 2 billion in research of vaccines in the EU, and then to find the manufacturing capacities. And it was the Commission which was doing that, and we were in fact substituting this kind of agency or coordination mechanism, which also you call for. Didn't I say I will react quickly? Enough, but congratulations and thank you very much.
We're very happy to hear your opinions and to hear some stories from also these tough times that were.
I have many more stories.
But thank you very much for your honest feedback, Jonas. I think you can be happy about what you heard, and maybe you try to pursue it first on a national level. Then maybe you should try to EU, and maybe if you're taking advisors for some education department, you know where to reach us. Last but not least, we have saved the best for you. For the last person, we have Katerina, presenting their policy proposal on behalf of their group.
Yes, thank you. So, dear Ms. Jourova, dear audience, my name is Katerina. I'm a Ukrainian student, and I'm proud to speak on behalf of Political Resilience team. So, my team is quite diverse. I have a student from Russian opposition, Valeria, have Ukrainian student Yuri, Polish prominent student Zuzana, and one of the leaders of civil society of North Macedonia, Alexander. Yes. So in March 2022, Ukrainian society was shocked by Volodymyr Zelensky's announcement of Ukraine's capitulation. And what was that? It was a deep fake. It was a video impersonating Volodymyr Zelensky, an open political manipulation from the Russian side. It should be mentioned that the deepfakes, the artificially modified videos are not only encircling the European Union, injecting foreign trigger disinformation, but also eroded from within. We have recent examples of the Polish opposition party using the deep fake technologies, Platforma Obywatelska, and also the example of the Flemish Socialist Party. The 2024 European election is at risk as the use of deepfakes is accelerating, and it might change the behavior of voters and can influence the election outcomes. With the Russian invasion of Ukraine and its war close to the eastern flank of the European Union, the cascading impacts of deepfakes start at the individual level and can reverberate on the societal level. There is still sufficient time to develop technologies to prepare a legal framework and security tools. So our three recommendations, I will start with the first, is to require political parties to disclose any kind of digital alteration of their content. Of any kind of digital alteration of their content. Yes, so the political parties participating in the 2024 European election should add watermarks or use other technologies. The European Union should place limitations on dissemination of misleading deepfakes in order to protect its citizens. The annual report of the European Union Agency for Cybersecurity reveals that the main victims of deepfakes are individuals, and it is in 47% of cases. The second is to elaborate a generally accepted definition of deepfake. The existing legal basis doesn't provide a precise definition of deepfake and lacks clarity on it. The European Union took various steps to counter the artificial intelligence disinformation. For example, the European Rapid Alert System for Disinformation will be fully operational until the 2024 European elections. The European Union Artificial Intelligence Act, the first comprehensive artificial intelligence law, is not expected to come fully into force until the 2024 elections. It will be a possibility for the European Union to increase its digital role at the international arena, as this legal basis hasn't been elaborated by other political powerhouses. For example, in the US, there is no federal legislation on deepfakes. And the third one is to expand research and innovation in security tools. Security tools should be instituted to ensure that every individual and every organization will be able to identify deepfake. The European Union should increase financing for research in security tools to provide a proper infrastructure to support and enhance work of international networks and the networks of European researchers, as for example the Network of Excellence. In the long term, this digital innovation will contribute to the citizen empowerment and the advent of digital democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we are very happy to hear, because this is quite your topic, so we are happy to...
This is mine, yes. Well, first of all, thank you and congratulations, Katarina, because this was very well identified as for which kind of problem we have. Not only that, but also where might be those solutions, which is also important for me as a feedback of whether we are not leaving any gaps or loopholes. You are, Katarina, the only person I know who used the words digital democracy. And I am using that from time to time, and then I see that, oh my God, I have to explain what I mean by that. But we live our digital reality already. And also our democratic processes are being digitalized, and this process always contains a lot of beneficial results, but also some risks. So coming to deepfakes, honestly, I am surprised that it's not used more frequently. I am not calling for that. Yeah. But it was indeed the case of abuse of President Zelensky's face. We saw the deepfakes used now recently in Polish and Slovakian elections. We will see more of that. We saw Pope Francis in the
fluffy jacket.
Yes, in the jacket. He was so sexy on that picture.
So some deep fakes make do us good.
No, some deep thoughts now in my head. But you are right that it belongs to that kind of technologies which could really cause a big problem to democracy and fair electoral processes. So what we are doing, first of all, I am pushing over years those who are developing these technologies, that once they enable this to be used, they need to develop at the same time the antibodies. Because AI is of that nature that once it exists, when it works somewhere, it flies somewhere through some networks, it can only be AI to kill it. It's not for the human beings. We are at that. Do you agree, Katarina?
Yes, yeah. We do agree.
Yeah, that's why I think that the first thing is to request from the technological companies to develop these killers at the same time. And this is something which we are now requiring, or we will require it through the law, which is called AI Act. And we are now working on it. There are these kind of requests, and it is a big difference, I can tell you, between my plea to the technological companies, could you please do something, compared with the situation when we have the law. Yeah, so we are approaching this more stable situation. Also in the Digital Services Act, which is already in force for the very large online platforms, and it will become enforceable also for smaller platforms from February next year, there is a strong request that the technological companies will take appropriate measures to mitigate the risks in election manipulation. And we are not specify what it means, but in practice we have in mind that usage of AI in combination with disinformation in high intensity in the pre-election time might really cause that the result of such elections will be very, very questionable. In other words, it will be the end of free and fair elections. And we desperately need the technological providers, the providers of the space to be on spot and to react and to guarantee that such heavyweight manipulation will not happen. So this is AI Act, which is still not in force, then this Digital Services Act, which is in force. You mentioned rightly so rapid alert system. We are discussing that before the EU elections to be prepared, to be triggered. It's for the situation when some very dangerous piece of disinformation is flying over Europe, and we need coordinated action from different member states. I have to say that the European elections might be and should not be endangered, but we see, of course, clear risks for all other kinds of elections. And what I am describing to you will be applicable to any campaign. Two last comments. You rightly require the watermarking because we insist that when you read text or see some images, you should be informed that this has been produced either fully or partly by artificial intelligence. It also applies to the deepfakes, so the people should see it. And we will be very stubborn and we will want to enforce it. It's also part of the AI Act. I had a funny debate with one of the bosses of Netflix 2 days ago. And the lady told me, I heard about your request that there should be the notification, this is AI production. We managed to use this technology to make Robert De Niro young again. Can you imagine, we will put some disclaimer on his new face that this is AI. Well, okay, so I was bargaining with her a little bit and I said, so let the notification is somewhere below his face. And of course, the part of the bargaining was that they will make my face younger. So it's the watermarking, so it's in the making. But thank you very much for your impulse, because it's important for me that we might go in the right way, right direction. Last comment, you said that the political parties should guarantee this watermarking when doing the political advertising.
I said that the European Union should place limitations in order to protect citizens, but also, let's say, require from political parties to insert, to add watermark to their content.
Yeah. So we go much broader, because we require it for every AI production. And as for the political parties, which probably will not try to sell shoes or furniture but themselves, so here I have in mind the political advertising, political marketing. We just agreed on the regulation which is called Political Advertising Regulation, which requires everybody who is placing online the political ad, which is paid by somebody in order to influence the voters' decision, to put there the notification that this is the political ad paid by somebody to influence the elections. I think it is a very necessary request, because when the producers of cosmetics or for whatever other goods have to announce this is commercial, I think that for political ad, it has to be there as well. And it's not only when political parties are advertising. It's for anybody else, because it's the companies, it's the NGOs, everybody who has some political program which is paid should notify that. So it's just to complete that we are working also on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have, yeah. Yes, great. If we may stick by this topic for a little longer, we still have 10 minutes. There is a question from the audience about AI and its influence on upcoming elections. And if you would maybe try to guess, or maybe you already have some analysis for that, which countries are more at risk, and which elections are at risk because of threats of AI? Can it be defined like this, or is it a EU-wide?
I don't have data regarding AI. Rather, I have data which countries are more under the pressure from foreign propaganda, namely Russia. Mm-hmm. And it's easy, the easter you go, the stronger it is. But already we see that there is a big potential influence on Germany, which has been chosen as the target country. And we will see. It's an experiment, because you said that the political parties, Katarina, you said that the political parties should behave somehow. I think that they could also make some voluntary commitment that they will not use these dirty methods. Yeah? And to be transparent about that, because I think that it's also something the voters would like to see, no? That I am the chair of the political party which hereby declares that we will not use deepfakes, we will not use trolls for spreading the messages, we will not do this and that. Wouldn't it be fair? Or are we gradually becoming used to dirty, aggressive campaigns with hidden manipulation? I think that now it's time to say no, but it will be also very, very interesting to see how the political parties are using or not using these very, very problematic means. But you asked me whether there is data. No.
No data. But you know how it goes with attribution in the cyberspace, so that's always complicated. And also, those who play nice will be maybe in a worse position than those who do not. But
who lie better.
And who lies better? Yeah. And so for the last few minutes, maybe let's sway away from this very tragic topic, and maybe let's talk a bit about the role of young people in politics, because we have the representation of young people, and I'm really happy that they participated, that they did really well in the program. Would you care to comment a bit on the role of young people in politics, and maybe your personal point of view?
My personal point of view is that there is not enough of it. And I would really like to see the young people more active in 3 ways. First of all, be demanding citizens. Shout, ask questions, be cheeky. I think that the social cheeky, drzí, jako, jo, the social media, it's going to be abused by so many ways. But it is the source or channel for direct communication. So be demanding. I have an experience from all over Europe in the countries where young people are active and demanding, or in general where citizens are demanding, democracy works well. Because there are 2 things being also fulfilled top down. Transparency, so the political sphere is more open because they know that the people anyway will shout that they want the information, and accountability. Yeah? And so be demanding, be active. The second thing is 3 things, yeah? Go to cast your vote. And I really believe that if we change the electoral systems in the EU, that there is the possibility from the age of 16 and do it electronically, the political situation and maybe the societal situation will change. That it will more reflect the need of young generation. Because now, when you look at it with the traditional forms and 18 plus, well, it is still the governance done by people of my generation. But I want to leave soon, yeah, so I will be off. And so from 16, electronic vote or the digital vote, but the interest to go and cast the ballot, it's very important. The third thing, and here question mark. I think that the young people should not be discouraged by stifled structures and unfriendly atmosphere in the political parties. Go there and chase the old ones out, including me.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you have anything to say about youth engagement? Do you have a story maybe to share? Anybody tried to get involved in politics? Natia?
I think I want to share a story of how youth engagement in Ukraine started being active with the full-scale invasion. So, as we have heard from Ms. Alexandra Matvichuk before, Ukrainian society has got united with the full-scale invasion of Russia, which was not expected at all. But together with that, I think that the youth has shown their power and has shown that they want to have an independent Ukraine within the borders that include all of its territory. And as such, I think that it is just amazing to see how many young people are involved in volunteering, in political activism. A lot of new political leaders, I would say, are within the range of 20, 25 years old. And that is absolutely amazing to see. And I think that even the people who are coming abroad are still continuing political activism in the way that they come to EU, they see that there are certain advantages here, and they promote these advantages within Ukraine. So I think that at the end, the message that I want to say here is that even if you see certain problems, this should be a push for you to act rather than to be depressed, pessimistic about it. And probably young people are the ones who can bring this optimism in and who can bring actions even when it sometimes seems that everything is quite bad. Yeah.
Sorry, maybe not only optimism, but knowledge. In this digital transition, I bet the younger generation understands better what's going on. Yeah, so knowledge.
And my question is, no, I know, but I asked them if they have a story to share.
I mean, for me, it's not really a story, but I think that the what you said with the optimism and whatnot, it really nicely connects with the paradigm that you, Ms. Jourova, talked about when I spoke about innovation and the difference between the US and Europe. I think that the notion of seeing like failure as something bad in itself can also be applied to politics. And even if a government is elected that you potentially do not like or is more populist than you would like, it is also seen as a mistake. And I think that changing the paradigm of optimism and changing the paradigm of seeing failure as something bad, but rather seeing it something good and as an opportunity to improve institutions can be applied both to the private markets, and which will incentivize investments and whatnot, but also to the political sphere. So I think it can be beneficial in both arenas, both the economic one and the political one.
So you think that the lower risk avoidance is the attribute, one of the attributes of young generation, yeah?
Right, but also combined with the notion of responsibility and accountability. So if you're just less risk avoidant, you can be reckless. But if you combine it with the heavy weight of responsibility that is on your shoulders as a young person, I think it can bear more fruit than if you choose just one of these options separately.
So I would react on what you said about the knowledge. So here I would say totally agree with you, because the unity of Ukrainians is also based on the knowledge. If the Ukrainian society and the European society also has a collective memory is also a part of knowledge. So by absorbing the information, by distinguishing the information, and the collection of the information is the basis for not only, let's say, we were talking about the artificial intelligence, but also for the existence of society. And that, I would say, it was, well, here also to thank you that I know that the Czech Republic has hosted a lot of Ukrainians, and the university provided a possibility for Ukrainian students to pursue the master's degree or bachelor's degree, and that my deepest thanks to all of you. And also, yeah, the fact that the knowledge should be a name for all of us, as it prevails, and it is the main basis of the society, and the unity and the maybe possible victory, well, our hope of Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Also to encourage me to give words to the young people. Obviously, that's what's needed. So my final question, I guess, is what will make the old generation or the current structures listen to the youth? Is it, should we show power, strikes, stuff like this?
I don't have the English word for it. Is it pud sebezáchovy? How is it?
Self-preservation?
No, I think that the smart older generation representatives have to admit that our recipes and our solutions, which we can deliver with all the wisdom and experience, might be limited, and that we have to invite younger people for the sake of the good of the whole society. And I think that this is our big opportunity to do it now. At the same time, to expect from the young generation that Katarina just spoke about the knowledge, that the young generation also has the ability to listen to the older ones. Because there should be some kind of humility or humbleness, something like Socrates' I know that I don't know, this kind of instinct. I think the combination of older and younger generation working on common big things, be it in politics or in industry or in other sectors, can be only very, very useful.
So,
especially because we are in the transition. I would not speak about it like that if we would have been going through very stable time, which needs rather genial maintainers than developers. This era needs developers, not adventurous developers. And I think that here the combination might be extremely important.
So could we sum it up with the intergenerational dialogue? That's something what we need. And what should we strive for, everybody? And I hope we did that today, a little bit, at least, with your presentations. And thank you very much for all your valuable input. Thank you for meeting with us. And thanks to all you guys for putting together your papers. As Jonas mentioned, they can be seen downstairs where the coffee breaks are. Please do not hesitate to get in touch with anybody, if you see it interesting. We'll be happy to provide context and information. So thank you so much, all of you, and please join me in thanking.
Thank you very much for these wonderful discussions and for sharing with us your ideas, and of course for the replies from Vice President Jourova. It's true that FELF is unique in this because actually the young people have the possibility to present their ideas to someone who has the power to make the change. So thank you very much. Thank you. And I think it's a picture time, yes. So it's a picture time, but please don't leave this room because we will continue with another panel in 10 minutes maximum. So please stay here with us.
Super.
So we have 1 more minute before the end of the break, so we will just wait a few more seconds. So everybody who is interested to join another discussion within the Prague European Summit is here with us on his seats or her seats. Let me again tell you that I'm just glad that we have the possibility to discuss within these 2 days issues that are pressing the European integration, and that we decided to focus this year on 3 main thematic circles, which is the economic resilience, political resilience, and also forward resilience, which means Europe as a global actor. And we will continue with our afternoon program. So let me just wrap up what we are expecting in next minutes and hours. We will have panel discussion on small and medium-sized member states in the EU as a powerful actor of European integration. Then we will continue with European chat on Central European view on the EU agenda before the European elections. And the last panel will be dedicated to EU reformed and enlarged, and we will discuss capacities of the EU to integrate new members while securing development and effective institutional functioning. So you can see that the whole afternoon and evening is full of another statements, discussions, speeches. So I hope that you will all stay with us till the end of today's program of the Prague European Summit. As I said before, our next topic is the issue of small and medium-sized states within the EU, because as you probably noticed, in past months and years, we could see very active voices coming from medium and small states within the EU, that let's say, European politics, it's not only about Germany and France and about these large states which were shaping the European integration from the beginning, but that the very constructive voice is actually coming from these smaller states. And it's my pleasure to open this panel discussion right now. We have a great line of speakers, so I would like to welcome here Anders Adlercreutz, Minister for European Affairs and Ownership Steering of Finland, if he can join me here on the stage, and also Eliška Tomalová, Head of the European Studies Department at the Faculty of Social Sciences, Charles University, also Eduard Hulicius, Deputy Minister of Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, and also the moderator of this event, Žiga Faktor, Deputy Director and Head of Brussels Office of European Institute for European Policy. So welcome here. I can see that the scene is ready for another discussion, so I would like to now pass the floor to the moderator, Žiga Faktor. Enjoy the discussion.
Thank you, Aneta. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you to today's afternoon discussion, Small and Medium-Sized Member States in the EU as a Powerful Actor of European Integration. It is my pleasure to have this discussion here with you in Czech Republic, and I would like to once again introduce you to the speakers of today's session. First and foremost, we have here with us Anders Adlercreutz, Minister for European Affairs and Ownership Steering from Finland. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
On the left side from Minister Adlercreutz, we have Eduard Hulicius, Deputy Minister from the Czech Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you for inviting me.
And last but not least, on my closer left, Eliška Tomalová, Head of the European Studies Department from the Faculty of Social Sciences of the Charles University in Prague. Thank you for joining us. All right, I believe we can slowly jump into the discussion. To begin with, I would read a few lines from the annotation of today's discussion just to give you a little bit of hints on what we would like to focus on today. As the European Union continues to evolve and respond to contemporary challenges, the role of its small and medium-sized member states emerges as a significant and potent force in the integration process. Beyond individual member states, the strength of regional cooperation and coalitions with the EU becomes increasingly evident, fostering stronger ties and collaborative initiatives. As you can see, we will try to elaborate a bit further on the role of the small and medium-sized member states in the process of European integration. I would like to touch upon the regional cooperation and also cross-regional cooperation, and also a little bit touch upon some of the questions that are currently very loudly resonating throughout the EU and touch upon further functioning of the European Union. So let me jump with the first opening question. From the first days of the Russian war in Ukraine, we're witnessing strong support from the EU and its member states, especially countries from the Central and Eastern Europe, but also Nordic and Baltic countries play a crucial role in this support. To start with, where would you see actually the role of smaller and medium-sized countries within the EU? And do you think that the Russian war actually changed the perception and strengthened the perception of these countries within the EU? So I would first pass the floor to Minister Adlercreutz.
Yes, thank you for the question. And actually, I have never really thought about correlating your stance towards the Russian aggression, I mean Russia's invasion of Ukraine with the size of a country. But in a way, I think when you look at the countries that have played maybe a bigger role in whatever way you want to measure it in the response towards the Russia's invasion of Ukraine, then I think like one shared experience is the one of maybe having been threatened by Russia, maybe having had to fight a war with Russia, maybe having been occupied, and in that way having had to push back in one way or another. And I think that's an experience that is shared by the Baltic countries, by Finland, by many of by the Visegrad countries. So in that sense, I think it's fairly natural that there is a connection in that regard. When you are small, or when you don't have the tradition of being maybe a big European power, you maybe are more sensitive towards the bullish or the imperialistic ambitions of Russia in these times.
Thank you so much. Deputy Minister Hulicius, is the perception of the threat really one of the drivers of this understanding?
Probably, but your first questions on the perception of the smaller and medium-sized countries within the EU, I would express it probably differently. It's not a perception. The perception remains. All member states of the Union are supposed to be equal, all have very clear positions and rights within the Union framework. The big question or word that we need is influence. The question about influence of the small and small or mid-sized member states is something which is really important because you might have all the right arguments and you can feel that you have truth on your side, but you have also to have enough influence to deliver on this, to change the steer of the EU policy, to change the ship of EU in the right direction, or to steer it away from some danger. And for this influence, you need not just quality arguments, but also quality people and diplomats who deliver them, politicians who are able to work on them and deliver them, and to work in the context of Brussels, of the Brussels framework and the international relations framework. If you have all of these, so then it doesn't really matter what size the member state you represent is, because you can deliver on your point. The big question for us is, when we were right about Russia for so long time, or Nord Stream, or the risks of investments, and we haven't succeeded in persuading other member states about this. So let's ask ourselves, what should have we done better so that next time we are successful?
Thank you so much. That is a very important point to be done about the influence and the real power within EU and in Brussels. Ms. Tomalova, maybe you could elaborate a bit more on those first comments and tell us also a little bit more, because we will be celebrating the 20th anniversary of big 2004 enlargement when Czech Republic joined the EU. What do you see also, or where do you see the role of public diplomacy and socialization within the other member states? And how can this then impact the influence of these countries? Yeah.
Thank you. Well, it works now. I would like to thank my co-speakers as well for mentioning the sensitivity, because I think that the notion of trust and sensitivity is a very important part in the way how we perceive ourselves. If we label ourselves as being small, medium-sized or big, and this is a matter of a political choice as well. And this is also a very important part of public diplomacy. Thank you for mentioning that, because in our external projection, it is really crucial how we play with this notion. If we associate with the smallness rather positive attributes that may be linked to, I don't know, community method, to cooperation, to some sort of specialization in foreign policy, which could be also linked to the current situation and the situation after the Russian aggression in Ukraine, or an innovation maybe in diplomacy and different negotiating method, or if we associate in our external projection the fact of being small and maybe less influential when it comes to hard power capabilities, if we associate with that some negative elements that can harm our external image. So I think that public diplomacy may play a crucial role in the way how we actually work with the smallness or medium-sizedness. I'm very pessimistic when it comes to these analytical notions, but anyway, medium-size would be much more complicated to define. And coming back to the current political situation, I think that exactly the fact that we had the opportunity to express some let's say, special views and showed some kind of expertise also in our external strategy, strengthened in a way the position in the international environment. And let me just mention very briefly one short experience from academia. These debates are not going only in politics and in diplomacy, but the academic world can be specific in a way. It has its own rituals, but also policies and influences and other, I would say, very hard power style tactics. I remember this September, we went to UAC's conference in Belfast. Mats Brown was there as well. And the lessons learned from this experience were that there were two major points in discussion. The first one was about going back to geopolitical views on Europe. And the second one was on the role of researchers and scholars from Eastern and Central Europe. If now the world and Europe listens more to us, if we have really the impact to influence the discipline. And I think there is a very important parallel to the political world as well. We will test it in the political world in autumn 2024. We will test it in European studies in a way how we contribute to the discipline. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. We will definitely try to answer some of the statements that you already opened up. I wanted to move forward a bit and talk about the upcoming several or maybe the upcoming 12 months and what is actually ahead of us, because we're currently entering the consultation phase for the next strategic agenda of the new Commission, which is obviously connected to the European Parliament elections, which are ahead of us in June 2024. And this obviously also plays in line of heated discussions about the top jobs within the EU. So basically, I would like to hear from you a bit on how do small and medium-sized member states, and again, the question really is, what are these small and medium-sized member states? Who are they? But how can each of your countries actually influence some of the topics that will be mentioned with the strategic agenda? What is important actually for Finland, Czech Republic in this matter, and how can maybe coalitions of these countries influence some of the nominations for the top positions in the EU? Maybe Minister Adlercreutz.
Well, I think maybe influencing the nominations, I think that's probably like a secondary matter, but influencing the general program and the general stance of the future Commission, of course, is the big and deciding issue more than anything. Just to go back to your initial question about our position towards Ukraine, I think it's also about the experience that smaller countries need coalitions, and we need to support each other and we need to help each other. And that also brings me to the next question about how we then can influence. Smaller countries can't go around with their share like volume or their share voting power. We have to form coalitions. And the reason for me being here in the Czech Republic today is that I feel that the Czech Republic and Finland, we have common interests as to the future of the EU and as to the future of the program of the Commission. We are countries that view the energy question similarly. We want to care about the single market. We want a union where investments and competitiveness isn't decided by the country that has the most public money to spend in order to leverage investments. We want a fair, competitive, market-based single market. We view the expansion as an important geopolitical, strategic, security issue. So those are matters that connect Finland and the Czech Republic, and that's pretty much why I am here today, because I want to build that coalition. So I don't know if I'm answering your question at all, but yes, I mean, we need to form these coalitions and through that try to influence. And as to what are the biggest questions lying ahead of us, from the point of view of a small country, it's the geopolitical weight and effectiveness of the union, the functioning of the single market, and the expansion as a way of creating stability.
Thank you so much also for mentioning these coalitions and the proximity, maybe political proximity of Finland and Czech Republic. I had a look at one of our studies actually from 2020, and we were doing a study of coalitions and the votings within the council, and the name of Finland actually by surprise came up very at the top with Slovakia and with some of the countries from the Baltics. So there is a natural connection, although maybe on the highest political level it's not as seen as we might think. And you mentioned actually, and I would be curious to maybe engage our audience here for a little vote on whether Finland, do you perceive Finland as a small country or not? Anyone who perceives Finland as a small country, please raise the hand. See, yeah. It's half of the population of Czech Republic. But obviously, you know, there's a difference between geography and the size of the population. But exactly, it also is about perception. This is what we started the discussion with. Now, to Deputy Minister Hulicius. Czech plans on how to influence strategic agenda of the next commissions. What are the crucial aspects that the Czech Republic would seek to see on the list? And maybe if I can touch upon, and this is slightly towards your previous life experiences working in Brussels for a long time, what role actually do Czechs represented in the institutions play in kind of, you know, strengthening the influence of the country?
Well, I was told this is web streamed, so I can't tell you the government strategy online, but I can make some hints and I can speak on practical and political issues and points. First, I emphasize that what Minister said about our mutual interests or mutual views and very closely related policies, political fields, and as you analyzed, that's very, very much true. It's our countries, our economies, they miss the scale, they miss the size of the major powers in Europe, It's crucial for us, for our companies, for our enterprises, for our energy security to be a part of fully functioning and as much integrated as possible single market. It's very important for whichever part of the economy you look. So this is very much our shared interest, very much shared geopolitical experience and views on the geopolitical matters. That's something which is very clear. On the more practical things, and I will get to the role of Czechs in Brussels, in institutions, when the next commission will be formed, or when the big, not just commission, but this all game of not thrones, it's like the game of musical chairs will be played. So you have the concept of geographical balance mentioned in the books. That means that you can, it's not just concept, it's also from the experience. If you see that you have president of commission from really big member states, so then you expect that the presidents of parliament and council and HRVP will be from smaller countries. You expect, or there is expectation that there is also the geographical balance across Europe, so that CEE region plus Scandinavia should have representative at one of these big offices of European Union. Another aspect, which is not at all mentioned so far, and that's very political, is the issue of political allegiance of the states, of the countries, and this can be really very much shortlisted on the prime ministers. And it's going to be very funny next year when almost 14 or 15 prime ministers will be from the EPP, but none of the major countries. And only about 4 will be liberal and about 4 will be socialist, 2 ECR, of which 1 major country and 1 this country, and 2 non-defined or non-inscrit. And this will play a role as well, because the EPP, by sheer numbers, the EPP will have most prime ministers. It almost as now, it will most probably have in Portugal, we will see about Netherlands, we will see about others, but this is a shift which happened silently, calmly. It's mainly the smaller member states representing them, but it's so. The Finland and Czech Republic, we have both center-right government. That's another thing that joins us, that we have government of, just the roles of the Christian Democrats and the more conservative parties are exchanged. And this is where we are copying. When we had center-left government, you had center-left government. We are really very close to each other, closer than it seems. So this will also play a role in the big magical development in May or in June and July, when the tables will be rearranged in Brussels, and there will be a role for us to play, for all of us to play, of course. The role that the Czechs in the institutions that they play in the formulation of these things, it's not that big. You know, when you are in the commission, so you never speak about my country. It's always the country I know best. You never say it's your country. It's country you know best, but you are not supposed to represent interests or anything from the country you know best. If there is an influence, so it must be very silent, calm, and behind the curtains. But for the big game, including the decision about the Commission program and the program of the next president of the Commission, so there it will be the prime ministers and this member states leg or part of European Union which will have major role. And there our size and our relations, connections and alliances may, and I believe they will play a significant role.
Thank you. I will turn to Ms. Tomalova to look at these current emerging trends, but also what is ahead of us in terms of the creation of Commission and the Parliament from a bit of a different angle. I would like to ask you actually, when we talk about building a reputation among the member states, which formal and informal tools can actually those smaller member states use, and why are some of them more efficient than the others? what can be done to actually have all of them with the same efficiency?
Well, I start with the efficiency. It's a very complicated term when it comes to soft tools in diplomacy. And that's what also builds some kind of mistrust in investing in these long-term priorities. So I'm afraid this is rather a negative aspect of public diplomacy and other external projection strategies and building trust with foreign audiences, because you don't have immediate result. You must be a certain enthusiast and you have to really invest mentally and materially in this area. In the case of the Czech Republic, thinking about efficiency is also very difficult because there is a big discrepancy between two ways how to interact with foreign audiences, how to build trust. The one is promoted, I would say, more by European institutions and the External Action Service. And this is the concept of cultural relations, which is much more open, based on dialogue, and less old school than cultural diplomacy, I would say. And coming back to top jobs, I think it's also important to talk about other jobs. There is this EUNIC, the cluster of National Institute of Culture at the European level, and we have a representation there. Ondřej is in the board of EUNIC, and this is the way how to actually think jointly at the EU level about the external projection, but also staying in touch with your ministry, with your cultural institute, and thinking at the national level. So this cultural relations concept that is very relevant, and after the Russian aggression on Ukraine, it has been, I would say, a dominant way how to think about these soft strategies. But there's also the cultural diplomacy concept, which may be considered as old school. It is more about the projection of national interests. And for me, it's sometimes surprising that you may find many small states in the EU who invest in this way of communication with foreign audiences. I would expect that kind of behavior be linked rather to big states, but this is not a rule. So it's maybe an exception that this rule that big states invest in the very strong and direct presentation, and smaller ones are more cooperative. So we will see what happens, and the trigger, actually, the situation in Ukraine was kind of trigger of rethinking the way how we structure the projection. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before heading on to another question, I would like to remind you that you can also ask questions through Slido. You can also just vote for the questions that already have been posed. So please do so. Please use the opportunity of the great panelists that we have with us today. And we will definitely get to the questions in the second half of the discussion. Now, when we get back to the importance of coalitions, to the importance of cooperation between the member states, obviously the most evident coalitions are the regional ones. In Czech Republic, we are part of several of these platforms, from the V4 through Slavkov, 3Cs initiative. We have the Nordic group, we have the Nordic-Baltic cooperation. Minister Adlercreutz, what, in your opinion, are maybe some of the key successes of these regional but also cross-regional cooperations when it comes to European integration?
Well, that's a tricky question. I don't know really if I have an answer for that. What would historically be the biggest successes? I mean, for Finland, I think Finland can act in several coalitions, and the Nordic one is the most obvious. Finland, Sweden, Denmark. Unfortunately, Norway is not a member, but we have lots of Nordic cooperation all the time, and that's also, of course, a way of trying to increase our influence on a European level. Finland and Sweden has a special relationship, and our relation is really tight for historical reasons also. And when we discuss, for example, stances on European issues, an argument often heard in our ministerial group of European affairs is that this is what Sweden will do, and then we think, okay, maybe we should do the same, and maybe we should discuss with Sweden, and then we might go forward. Then we have the group of so-called frugals, where Finland is kind of a fringe member. We are of the same opinion in many things, but we might have a slightly different stance on agriculture, for example. So yes, the coalitions do matter, but maybe one thing that it's I think is different for a small country compared to a big one. I mean, if Germany says no, then nothing happens. But if Finland or the Czech Republic says no, then the train goes forward and we are just out of the discussion, and we will not be there trying to promote things or making things slightly better. So a small country has to say yes, but, and then we are in the discussion, in the argument, and then we try to tweak it slightly along the way. So we need these coalitions, but we need to probably be overly pragmatic, and that's why it's maybe especially problematic for a small country whenever Euroscepticism takes hold inside government or inside the public discussion, because Euroscepticism is usually one that says, okay, now we put our foot down and we say no, never over our dead body, and then we are really in trouble if we want to influence anything. So that's why it's something of a challenge, of course, being in government and trying to drive a positive, pragmatic EU discussion whenever EU skeptic influences also are present in the political discussion, and that's especially problematic for a small country that wants to influence. I noticed I didn't answer your question at all. I had an argument of my own, but hope you excuse me for that. As to what coalitions really have done, I have to get back to that one.
No problem. I think you provided a very good line because you, at least from my perspective, you've mentioned frugal cooperation. I mean, this in certain way, definitely for the group, for the frugals, was a big success when we talked about the MFF. And maybe passing the floor to the Deputy Minister who leads you also, Minister Adlercreutz mentioned that Finland is some kind of a part of this group. I've heard some comments also on the side of the Czech diplomats and Czech civil servants that we are also considering now ourselves as kind of closely associated with the frugals. So maybe if you have a comment on this, but then again, going back to the regional cooperation and maybe some cross-regional cooperation, what from the Czech perspective is, in your opinion, the crucial aspect of this cooperation?
Thank you. I think it's more question for Deputy Minister from Ministry of Finance, because other representative or other observer might say that we are now trying to be both in front of frugal budget and cohesion, which is related to the current situation of size of our economy relative to the rest. And just one point of disagreement, where we don't agree on everything with Minister. You can also overvote Germany, but it's really difficult. But it's doable. it's doable. It can happen. It happens, but it happens most on the ministerial or more technical level, less on the high political level. And on the regional cooperation and its role and our position for this, it's very important to join the fact that we are geographically part of Visegrad Group. We are also active in other variants, so the Slavkov Triangle, the C5, the 3 Cs, the Bucharest 9, and all the new abbreviations. It's great, there are always new abbreviations. But at the same time, we are in a constant search and participation in more policy-related groups of like-minded on nuclear, friends of single market, on this and that. And the important thing is to join these both situations, these both states, so that we play a bit above our size and weight together, and that's what we are trying to do. Also, it's very often difficult, very often it's what you are against that unites you with other colleagues. Then it's much easier than finding policies for which you are and where you build a positive alliance with some positive goals and targets.
Thank you. That is definitely a fact we see very often, especially in Brussels. Ms. Tomalova, maybe, and there was also a reaction from Minister Adler. Of course, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, no, just a small reaction on what, of course, you can achieve through these coalitions. You mentioned the MFF and the Frugals had their role. The RRF, that went, as we see it, in a much better direction. It's still a package that is viewed as very problematic in Finland. It's a package that created in itself a lot of Euroscepticism and it didn't land well. But through the effort of Finland and Sweden actually here together, Stefan Löfven and Sanna Marin were negotiating through the night, and it ended up in a better place than it would have been otherwise. So that is maybe one example where the Finnish and Swedish partnership and cooperation can have, as we view it, a positive impact. Some countries probably thought that it went in a worse direction, but we were happier as a result.
So over to you, Mr. Tomalova, when it comes to regional cooperation, how do you perceive it? And maybe also, because we've heard from Minister 2 or 3 times the mentioning of Euroscepticism. Czech Republic is among the most Eurosceptic countries. So considering this idea of making some of the policies very difficult to sell to its citizens who are very Eurosceptic, how can Czech Republic actually move forward on this?
Well, coming from the university, I believe in education. I think it's a big topic for Finland too. This is actually very interesting, just a parenthèse, when we discussed possible models of administrative rearrangements or external projection strategies, Finland was always there as a model example next to Austria and other countries, but Finland was always one of the countries we wanted to get inspiration from. But coming back to Euroscepticism and coalitions, we'll be celebrating 20 years next year, and we are launching a new project with high schools. And I'm maybe naive, but I believe that we must really work from the ground and not stay discussing the future and the past of European studies at the university, but we would like to really come back and discuss with our colleagues from high schools and other schools, how do they integrate the discussion about the EU into the curriculum, but not only in the course on contemporary history and geography, but also other disciplines, because that's the moment when you really understand that this is not a specific peripheral activity, but that really influences your entire life. We have problems then at the university that people don't understand how to work in an interdisciplinary and pluridisciplinary level, how to really see European topics as separate ones and not as part of a broader context, and that starts really, and I'm sure it starts in an early age. So that's the way how we will work with this ground, let's say. When it comes to coalitions, it's clear that they are less regional and much more topical, which is the case in symmetric and asymmetric relations. We are not really lucky. I think in the Central European context, the branding of the coalitions, the regional we are in, is very bad. There is some kind of hope in other alternative formats, as Eduard Hulicius mentioned, for example, the Slavko format, okay, but even small states are not dependent only on systemic factors, and there is a lot of political chemistry and other factors that will absolutely, it will have a huge impact on the working of these coalitions. So I think that the topics and sectors are the future, how to make coalitions in the future. You mentioned many times nuclear energy. I've been studying the Czech-French relationship for many years. This is a very asymmetrical one. There are not many topics in these relationships, and we've been working hard on finding one. And finally, wow, we got the nuclear energy. Then big disappointment after Telemeli. Now we have Dukovany, we will see, but it has a lot of impact on the way how we work together also at the European level and in the discussions about the energy mix. So this is for us one of the, I would say well-functioning topical coalition, but outside of this topic there is no close position. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This actually leads me, when you mentioned the perception of the regional cooperations in Central Europe and potential damaging impact on the Czech Republic's reputation. Minister Adlercreutz, do you see the Central European cooperation platforms as something that can have a damaging impact on Czech Republic? How do you see it from Helsinki?
No, I can't really see it that way. No, I mean I think it's clear that regional, I mean geographic positions they do matter. I think you can't go around that. And then of course there are still within those coalition political differences. Within the Visegrad cooperation, I mean Poland and the Czech Republic and Hungary and Slovakia, they are not the same. And we know within the EU the challenges that we have with the rule of law system now with certain countries, and I don't think that somehow lumps. It's not homogeneous, but we understand, of course, that there are regional issues that might connect these countries anyway. So in that sense, I really wouldn't think of it as a reputation thing in any way. And now, I mean, you mentioned France and the Czech Republic thinking about nuclear energy the same way, and that's of course one of the reasons where we also feel that there is a connection, even though I think there are much more issues maybe between Finland and the Czech Republic. I think it's a natural part of EU cooperation that there are different coalitions that work on different levels and different issues connect, and of course the regional ones have their value because when you live in the same region you automatically have a lot of practical concerns that you share, and you have practical issues that you have to take care of, like in a very pragmatic way, even though there might be political differences.
Thank you for the honesty, and forgive me the provocative question of regional issues that we're facing here within the EU. Maybe if I pass the floor to Deputy Minister Holicius, when it comes to the topical cooperations between not only Czech Republic and Finland, but between those regions, Central Europe, Nordics, apart from energy, is there any topics that you feel like are very important for both sides, and where can we actually strengthen the cooperation?
I'm sure it's security. It's the security and defense policy. It's interesting that very soon, hopefully, we will be all in one alliance. But as concerns EU, I think we can be very close on a common security policy. Maybe not so close on common foreign policy, but that's one topic. The energy was mentioned. Definitely the interest in the single trade. I think for a couple of last years we didn't have any strong impetus. Of course, we had the double shock of COVID and the war. One keeps forgetting one or another all the time. But this made issues. This was a bit problematic, or is still problematic, for the efficient working of single market. So this is something we both have interest in clarifying and clearing up and furthering.
Minister Adlercreutz, would you like to add any of those topics, or did Deputy Minister hit the nail?
No, I think, the single market, the working of the single market, I think that's probably the singlest. Of course, we have the war, we have the expansion, but when you think about the functioning of the union, a functioning single market is probably the biggest concern of Finland. As of now, we are lazily letting us somehow self into a reality where we believe that we are a bunch of nation states that compete against each other and leverage investments through abundant state aid and somehow not realizing that through that we erode the basis of the union, the single thing that makes it a powerful actor globally. The fact that we should not be 27 different countries with different sets of rules, but we should be. We are the biggest single market in the world, and that is precisely our strength. And all actions that somehow divide the market or create competitive inequality is by default a bad thing for the union. So that's a really big concern for us.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Tomalova, would you like to also add anything on the topics which have the countries or the regions in common, or do we move? All right. Minister Adlercreutz actually guided us to the questions of what the future Europe will look like, where we do expect some deepening of the integration, and what does actually this mean on a broader scale. When it comes to unity and the effectiveness of the Union, these two questions are very often used in contrast to one another. Sometimes seeking for unanimity is very difficult. Sometimes the EU is not as efficient and as active as it could be. And of course, this leads us to the voting processes in the Council. So I don't want to dig too deep into the questions of the reforms of the Union, because we will have another panel specifically dedicated to this. But there is a lot of questions actually around type of differentiated integration, more flexible integration of certain member states in terms of the EU not moving forward as a union, but some of the coalitions of willing integrating deeper, be it inside or outside of the EU framework. There's the proposal of the Franco-German group of these concentric cycles. There's a proposal of the French of this à la carte membership. We also have the idea of the Portuguese with this house of various rooms. So there's a lot of questions now circulating around where does this lead us, and obviously there is a push for certain member states to move the Union forward, to deepen the integration, to go into the policies where there is no unified structure, such as the health, such as the education, social policy. But if we go maybe a bit too fast in all of these ideas, can this differentiated integration lead us actually into a fragmentation of the Union? Minister, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it definitely can. I mean, if we have different, whether we call it concentric circles or room or whatever, and 27 countries, that creates an enormous number of permutations of memberships. And I think it's easy to see that it will lead to a fragmented union. I mean, I have an understanding for the thought of gradual integration if we can find tools that incentivize the coming members to reform faster and to enter the union faster. But Finland traditionally has been skeptic towards any multi-speed European model. I think you're either a member or you are not, and the membership should be like uniform and the same. Then there are some things that we think that should be national capacities, like social issues and taxation. So we think that there are limits to integration, but the things that are integrated should be the same and on the same level. And I think that in itself creates effectiveness. It diminishes the administrative burden. It makes it easier for companies to compete and buy and sell and act over the borders. It's a very basic principle of a working union, I believe.
All right, so you basically see the single market, obviously the fundamentals, the rule of law, and potentially the common understanding of what our foreign policy is as the backbone of everything.
Yes, and then of course, as to the foreign policy, if we go into the QMV discussion, I think there are certain things where we should be more effective in making decisions, and the Finnish position has been that issues related to foreign and security policy should be under the QMV umbrella, because I mean those are matters of the union as a whole, and shouldn't be subject to the horse trading that otherwise happens. We know how difficult it has been to some extent to agree on the help to Ukraine and on the sanctions regime, for example.
Thank you so much. Deputy Minister, do you see differentiated integration as something that could cause actually fragmentation of the unity within the Union?
In theory, yes. That's clear. On looking as a conservative or looking a bit more conservative on the situation which we have now, so let's be honest, we have a fragmented union. We have different, not circles, but different stages of integration among the member states. And it's something that exists. You don't need to talk about it. You don't need to institutionalize or make a permanent structure of this. You shouldn't. The Union is aiming for a better integration, and the aims and targets are pretty clear from the beginning of the integration. However, you shouldn't open. So let's keep things as they are, probably with countries diverging as much as they can. And there is another difference with Finland. I'm sorry, especially as concerns the common foreign policy, because there EU needs to speak with one voice, with one position. So we are of a position that we should keep the unanimity there. To strive, it's difficult. It's difficult. It's unpleasant very often. It's limiting sometimes things. But once we have behind us the difficult internal discussion before reaching the unanimity or anything, so then we are acting outside much stronger. Then we are really presenting the positions together as much as we can. So,
all right.
A small difference.
If I can also ask one provocative question, we already had one here. Yesterday, there was some heated questions and some heated comments about Mr. Josep Borrell, High Representative of the foreign and security policy of the EU. And there was some comments which basically stated that his role is also somehow diminishing the impact and the unity within the EU. So do you think that potentially in the future having a High Representative from Central Europe, Nordic, Baltic states could strengthen the unity when it comes to the foreign and security questions? Or is it not a national?
No, without personalizing this and without going into the personal matters or issues or any candidates, my belief is that, for the functioning of the institutions, and in the long-term perspective, so of course they are democratic institutions, so there is a need of a change. So far, the head of EEAS, never was from a small or mid-sized country, and never was from outside of socialist family. It has to change. It's not an imperative, but of course the logic means, the logic of gradual exchange in democracy and in democratic institutions means that this will change. And we will see if the positions or views of EAS will change. What I'm sure is that it will strengthen the common policy, because it will be more diverse, or it will show more diversity. Only our human problem is that we want to see the change and everything immediately, but here you have to be thinking in the 5-year terms, in the 5-year mandates schedule. So let's be a bit more patient about this.
All right, thank you so much. Ms. Tomalova, from your academic perspective, when it comes to the questions of European integration, where does Europe strive to be in the upcoming 5-10 years? We've opened the question of this differentiated integration. How do you perceive these questions and these comments that also the Minister and Deputy Minister had on?
Thank you. This morning, I read a study led by Timothy Garton-Ash, a very interesting one about the fragmentation. And I've been thinking about the fragmentation as a general phenomenon. I don't want to divert completely the discussion to the global context, but thinking about the possibilities we have as citizens. People tend today to have a more fragmented choices in general. And it seems to be, according to this study, which was global, the experts were asking about alignment, soft power, potential, lifestyle models, etc., etc. The answers were very different. We are still in the world thinking it's either or some kind of post-bipolar thinking how the world works. It's unity or fragmentation, but at the end, it's getting fragmented, and it's not about fragmented Europe, but a fragmented world. And his project was actually called World à la carte, which is very interesting because it means that some parts of the world are interesting for some aspects related to immigration, for example. Some serve as better economic models. And these tools and these elements are not always linked to partnerships and coalitions. So the same coming back to Europe. Of course, it will lead to a certain fragmentations, but we have no idea how Europe will be governed in the future. At this moment, we will see in autumn, and we will see if this fragmentation, as that's the big question, is centered around policy sectors that we mentioned, or it will have important policy and institutional impact concerning the rethinking of the treaties, as suggests, for example, the Group of the 12. So we will see. There are not many initiatives concerning now the fragmentation coming to small states. I would say there's only this Portuguese idea of a house with different rooms, right? So I'm wondering if we have alternatives as well.
Minister Adlercreutz.
Yes, I think, you can agree that, of course, we have, to some extent, we have countries within the euro and outside, and countries within the Schengen and outside. But even so, if you think about, the big challenge that the EU faces, this has been a geopolitical commission in a way. When you look at the competitiveness, competition between Europe, the EU, and China, to maybe a lesser extent between the EU and the US, and I think on that scale, inner fragmentation becomes a bigger problem. And we can think that we can have a functioning union, we can go along, there may be ways of handling it, but if we want to be competitiveness, I think every step of fragmentation, if it doesn't then, through some other mechanism, lead to maybe a greater acceptability and somehow psychological cohesion or whatever that then might give other benefits, I think it would be problematic.
Thank you so much. We have around 20 minutes left, not even, and therefore I would proceed with asking some of the questions from the audience. We've received quite a few. Some of them are directed to the questions of enlargement, and if I am allowed to, I would leave these for the panel that will follow up a bit later on. But let me start with a question of one directed to Minister Adlercreutz. For small countries, a coherent foreign policy based on consensus is crucial. How do you manage that? What about the role of the Finns party?
In Finland we have a diverse political spectrum. We have 9 parties in government. I think one of the strengths of the Finnish political system is that we have a tradition of coalitions. Every party knows that your foe this term might be your friend the next one, and vice versa. So we have to keep our bridges intact to some extent. We were part of a centre-left coalition the previous term, and now we are part of a centre-right coalition with the Finns party. And of course, there are ideological differences now as there were in the past term. But actually, foreign policy is one thing where there is very little diversity inside Finland. Foreign policy is viewed as, I mean, it's a political question just as any, but people view it differently. So we really do not want to argue about foreign policy and really try to seek a consensus. Before the war in Ukraine, before Russia attacked Ukraine, the support for NATO was around 20% in Finland, and it was a fairly contended political issue. Right after the invasion, a few months into the year 22, it went over 50%, and now it's hovering around 80%. And when we had a vote in Parliament, out of 200 parliamentarians, if I remember correctly, 6 or 7 voted against. That's just a picture to show that a thing that was, in a way, very ideological, people viewed it extremely pragmatically and somehow thought that in these foreign policy issues, national unity is of special importance. So we might, within the government and between the parties, we might have serious difference of opinion in lots of fields, lots of policy fields. But when it comes to security and foreign policy, there is a very, very strong tradition of trying to form a consensus and then align accordingly. I mean, stick to it also towards the exterior and in public. So strangely enough, the tradition is, I mean, I think it's a sound tradition.
Thank you. I would pose another question. What do the panel think about the nimbleness of smaller member states, shorter decision-making lines? Can it make them actually ultimately more effective in negotiations? I don't know if maybe Ms. Tomalova, do you want to answer the question at first, and I can pass the floor later on also to Deputy Minister. He was also slightly nodding.
I think the audience is interested in the nice behind-the-scenes negotiation techniques, no? The question is about the capacity to negotiate the different techniques for small states, right?
Yeah,
yes,
but
I get it well,
also kind of a faster pace due to its smallerness, maybe?
Well, there are different studies on that. And it's difficult to prove that there is let's say, a linkage between the size and these strategies. So it's very difficult to answer because you have different traditions, internal tradition, cultural, administrative, that have an important impact on the way how the state behaves. There are many parallels to the private sector when you look at small and big companies. So I'm not a big fan of these shortcomings. I would like to hear more about the practicalities, yes.
Deputy Minister, can we pass the floor to you with this?
I was nodding and smiling because I just like the word nimble. I think that nimble is a very nice word, and nimbleness is even better. What I'm afraid is you can't generalize. I don't have that much experience, or I haven't studied it. And read the question should be pointed on the member states of size of, let's say, Malta, Cyprus, Estonia. Estonia, or those around 1 million inhabitants, or the Baltics, because otherwise when we have large or larger mid-sized states, so even though they are smaller, but the structures are same or similar, the number of ministers, deputy ministers, director generals, directorates, and so on. So all the processes tend to last approximately the same time. It doesn't, the size doesn't matter when the structure is the same and similar, and it depends on as the professor said, on the internal organization, on the need to consult sub-regional, regional fora. It's unfortunately you cannot say it, you cannot generalize also.
Minister Adlercreutz, you already described the cooperation among the parties, but would you like to also answer from the Finnish perspective?
Yeah, I think it's more a question of political culture than size, and I think it's a question. It's probably a factor of the amount of trust that's built into the political system. When you have trust, then you also give flexibility, and then you somehow believe that whoever or whatever group is negotiating, they have the general understanding and are allowed to use the flexibility that might be built into the official stance given to, or the official mandate given to them. So it's more a question, yes, of culture and trust than size.
Thank you so much. I would like to remind our audience that we're slowly heading towards the end, so it's your last chance to answer any of the questions to our panelists. I will move forward to another question, which is slightly connected to enlargement, but I do believe that we can also answer it without going too deep into the enlarged EU. To what extent and how did the Russian war on Ukraine actually influence the European integration and maybe fastened European integration? Maybe Minister Adlercreutz, do you want to go first on this?
No, I think it forced us to make faster decisions in foreign policy. The sanctions before the war, Lavrov called shutting out Russia from the SWIFT system, like the nuclear option. That was like the first thing we did pretty much, and then we had, I don't know, 11 or 12 packages, 11 packages after that. So during the in February we thought that, okay, can we send flak jackets, munition, food, and maybe helmets. In March, we already discussed RPGs. In April, howitzers and cannons, and so on. So I think the European countries really proved extremely resourceful in finding ways of making decisions like this as a result of Russia's aggression. So in that way, you could say that the present system we have proved to be fairly flexible, and we managed to integrate ourselves in questions relating to security and foreign policy in ways that we probably hadn't thought of before. Then, of course, another result is that we are now talking about the expansion of the Union, taking new members, and that is just as the Finnish and Swedish NATO membership. That's just a pure function of Putin's crazy war on Ukraine. We realize that even though the EU isn't really a security union in the sense that NATO, for example, is as a military alliance, being a member has its security benefits and creates stability, and that's why now the expansion, which in a way is a function of the integration, is going forward. So yes, we did learn things.
Deputy Minister, how did the Russian war in Ukraine fastened or moved European integration?
I would say moved, not fast, not going faster yet so far. The last couple of big crises, the economic crisis, migrant crisis, the COVID, so there you could see almost immediately or the effects on legislation, ways how things are managed, the banking union, financial union, and so on, the healthcare cooperation, also sooner or later migration package going to be adopted. Here, because this crisis, the war that Russia has brought on the world and on Ukraine, and on all of us, it's so crucial, it's so important that we really have become, as Minister said, very flexible in using the existing system or within the existing limits given by the integration, by the rules, by the union rules and so on. And we are working 100% and a bit more on what's possible. And we don't have time. There is no time to look into how to strengthen the integration also structurally, also to see how to go further on the foreign or defense policy yet.
Thank you for the answer. Mr. Muller, do you want to also comment?
Well, thank you. We commented on the on the hard issues, on security issues, and also on institutional matters. So let me come back to the soft issues. It made us think a lot again about the efficiency of the soft strategies and the method we have used, being in touch with the European environment, with neighboring countries. And I mentioned the enthusiasm and, let's say, some kind of goodwill in working with foreign audiences, what we need in cultural relations. But I think that this situation, but I think also about the failures, that it may happen, this is not just enough. That's not a good way how to work with foreign countries, especially with the publics, because they seems to be much more relevant than in the past when it comes to the security situation, the international public opinion, the media landscape and everything. So that's the same lessons we learned in European studies. It brings me back to the very start of the discussion, that there is a push for, let's say, listening also the outside perspective on the discipline in Europe, not being very centralist and closed in our perception, but also be active in the dialogue with the other experts, like looking at how different African experts would like to see the development of European studies. For us, it was a new topic, especially in Central Europe, because we think that we are those whose opinion was neglected, but we are also those who are contributing to the shaping of knowledge in this area. So I think that the situation, the crisis, changed the way on thinking about the efficiency to working with these external perceptions with the foreign audiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Slowly heading towards the end. I've went through the questions, or some of the comments rather, so I will skip the comments. Forgive me for that. We have another quite interesting question associated to the consensus seeking. Obviously, we see the Union as a place where we have this culture of consensus. We always try to achieve consensus. And when we have policies where we vote on the qualified majority, there are countries that can remain unhappy, as the question says. How do we converge state views in that regard? And it leads me to a broader question of how do we change this culture maybe in the future if we're moving forward to avoid frustration, because there's the technical aspect of changing the voting procedures, but then there's also the cultural aspect of if we change the processes without anything else, we will have a huge chaos in the Union. So how do we actually converge the state views? How do we converge maybe slightly this culture that we have in the Council to actually make maybe some of the decisions more flexible and more, let's say, effective? Mr. Adlerkreuz, do you want to?
Yeah, I think it's a question of a culture and perception. But if you think about national governments, we make majority decisions and the nation keeps on functioning, even if there is a minority that is probably not content. If you now have national positions that then are not adopted in the Council on a European level, there will probably still be parties on a national level think that this was a good decision, even though the government stance might be against it. So I mean, I can understand, I mean, the thought of this being creating discontent, but then again, I mean, the nations, they are not, I mean, they are not uniform. They are also comprised of different opinions. So in that sense, I think it's maybe more of a mindset thing than anything else. But that being said, of course, I mean, Finland's position when we think about qualified majority voting is that it should be restricted to certain areas. And I think that is probably the sound way of trying to go forward. But just as a general thing, I think it's more of a question of our mindset. How do we view EU level decisions? We maybe then should somehow change our perception what they really mean and our position and our stance as nations versus individuals or parties.
I think also the question actually reflects not changing any kind of processes, but it more of that focuses on this idea of the countries that are outvoted being very unhappy with it. So how to kind of change this understanding through the democratic processes that we have adopted within the EU. Deputy Minister Hulicius, how to change this perception when the country is outvoted, not to make too much political fuss of it?
I think it's much worse, and you are not asking the right question. And I like very much the title of minister, that he's also minister for ownership. Because the real problem isn't about these fictional states not being happy when they are outvoted. It's not about the state, it's not a person, and there's no emotion, it's not happy or unhappy. The problem is with a state which is at the part of the qualified majority, of a state which is on the side of those winning, if you say so, and whose government then doesn't defend the thing they agreed on in their member state, and whose government or parties which are in government don't defend the decision they made in Brussels, even when they are not in government anymore. The ownership. For me, many people speak about the European problem being European problem number one being democratic deficit. I think that the democracy it works rather well in Brussels or in the structure which exists. The problem is the crisis of the ownership. The problem is that you have very rarely a minister or government representative who knows very well how his country voted on this or that matter. And then when the discussion is opened, after a few years, often in the country they know best, they don't defend it. They don't explain. They hide behind excuses. They hide behind false flags and straw men. And they just they are allowed to run with this, about this lack of ownership, because we have very weak media focus on Brussels politics, on the things. It's good now that we have from Czech Republic 4 journalists or 5 in Brussels. We would need 15 or 20 so that they follow our policies and that they are able to connect what's happening in Brussels to what's happening in the member state. So member states being unhappy about being outvoted, yes, we all know 1 or 2 major, very sensitive examples on when this happened, and it was problematic around 2015. But in general, the problem isn't that. The problem is the lack of ownership.
This is a very good point, and I can see it very often within the country I know the best. Last words from Ms. Tomalova.
Oh, it's a privilege. I wanted to comment on the media coverage. There are so many podcasts now about the EU. It's in the policy areas. It's a real boom in the Czech Republic, and I'm really wondering how it's going to shape our expectations.
They are all podcasts, or most of 90% of them is podcasts of people sitting here.
That's true. Okay, I think it's part of the situation is part also of the expectation management, and I think that this is domestically a very sensitive issue for political actors. But on the other hand, the question is, especially in the situation of a small state, if we are able to say, okay, these are the limits, these are our possibilities and capabilities, and that's what we want to achieve. We very often promise more, and then we come back frustrated, and I think it has an impact also on the local power play. Concerning the future plans and reading all these proposals, the Group of 12s and Macron's Europe and others, there was one thing that struck me, and I know it's not the most important one, but that was the quintet in the EU presidency that should replace the trio in the future, possibly. So I already see so many problems in this kind of cooperation. There is not much attention paid to this problem, and there is also a power dynamics behind having an old member, new member, small, big, etc. And we had this experience twice, and now we'll have 5 in order to have more fairness, continuity. I don't really see the point in this kind of topics. So, yes, final word. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't want to jump into the Franco-German proposal, but I fully agree. And there was many more of arguments such as these, such as the double or like 2 positions for each commissioner and the changes within the period. So I will close down today's session with thanking our speakers, Minister Anders Adlercreutz, Minister for European Affairs and Ownership from Finland. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Eduard Hulicius, Deputy Minister, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic. Thank you.
Děkuji pěkně.
And last but not least, Eliška Tomalová, Head of the European Studies Department at the Faculty of Social Sciences of Charles University in Prague. Thank you.
Thank you.
And with this, I would like to pass the microphone back to the moderator of Prague European Summit, Aneta.
Thank you very much, Giga, for this very interesting discussion. I enjoyed it for the whole time. Thank you for all your comments, and it's my pleasure now to invite you for the coffee break. And please be back here at 4:20 because we will continue with European chat on Central European view on the EU agenda before the European elections. Now, enjoy your break. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but I had to, we had some... we didn't have
In just under 100 days, Europeans will take to the polls in our unique and remarkable democracy. Among them will be millions of first-time voters. The youngest of them were born in 2008. As they stand in that polling booth, they will think about what matters to them. When I speak to the new generation, I see that same vision for a better future, that same burning desire to build something better, that same belief that in a world of uncertainty, and that is what we have to do together. It is the moment to show them that we can build
very interesting portfolio.
want, aim as high as you want, a continent that is united in freedom and peace. This is Europe's moment to answer the call of
Thank you so much again, Mr. Queven. Thank you so much, Minister, for being with us. Hopefully it's not the last time in Prague with us, maybe or even without us. It's a beautiful space. I heard you're an architect by profession, so I can hope you can also enjoy it. I mean, it's slightly different, less modern, but in a way, I will also leave you to us here.
and make distribution more equal. This will also mean working with new and old parties to deepen our growth. Just last week, I was in Delhi, we signed, I think, the most ambitious project of our generation. These are state-of-the-art connections for the world of tomorrow. Faster, shorter, cleaner. These are investments in our partners' economies, and they're investments in Europe's prosperity and security in a fast-changing world.
Poslední úvěr ve výši 790 milionů euro nám vlastně pomůže zainvestovat v následujících několika letech právě do toho, abychom byli schopni naši distribuci připravit na výzvy budoucnosti, to znamená na instalace obnovitelných zdrojů ve velkém měřítku.
Evropská investiční banka je pro nás opravdu stabilní partner. Projekty, které jsme uskutečnili a pravděpodobně by se možná ani nerealizovali, kdybychom nespolupracovali s EIB, tak jsou například vybudování nemocnice následné péče v Moravské Třebové, což je záležitost unikátní, protože v České republice se nejvíce investuje do nemocnic akutní péče, urgentních, a toto je nemocnice doléčovací.
Děkuji EIB za to, že nám pomohla s financováním lokomotiv Trax MS3, to znamená, jsou to vícesystémové moderní lokomotivy. Tím, že jsou to nejnovější lokomotivy v Evropě, tak mají dokonce sníženou spotřebu o 5 až 7 % spotřebu elektrické energie, to znamená, že jsou nejenom zelené, ale jsou vlastně ultrazelené, protože jsou vlastně efektivnější než jiné elektrické lokomotivy.
My pracujeme se společnostmi tak, že z jejich plastů jim děláme jejich produkt. Je to takzvaná cirkulární ekonomika. Investice více jak 1 milion euro byla pro nás předtím neuchopitelná. Jo? Takže my jsme za to rádi, posunuli nás to někam dál. Mohli jsme si koupit zařízení, které je sofistikovanější, který nám umožní lépe zpracovat na ten odpadní produkt.
Nová linka medzi SGEF a EIB má podporiť projekty, ktoré doteraz neboli financovateľné tak na našej strane ako na strane EIB, a to sú projekty z oblasti inovácie, zelených investícií.
Tohle je nádherná tělocvična, která vznikla právě z peněz Evropské investiční banky, ale nejenom tělocvična, pak to jsou projekty dopravní infrastruktury, pak to jsou také projekty v oblasti sociálních služeb, pak to jsou třeba projekty, a to je asi největší část těchto peněz od Evropské investiční banky, které putují do nemocnic. Ta spolupráce s Evropskou investiční bankou určitě zlepšuje životy lidí, protože my bychom neměli takový velký objem finančních prostředků, které potřebujeme vložit do projektu.
The European Green Deal was born out of this necessity to protect our planet. But it was also designed as an opportunity to preserve our future prosperity. Europe's industry is showing every single day that it is ready to power this transition, proving that modernization and decarbonization can go hand in hand. Take the electric vehicle sector. It is a crucial industry for the clean economy with a huge potential in Europe. Our wind industry, for instance, is a European success story. We will fast-track permitting even more. We will improve the auction systems across the European Union. We will focus on skills, access to finance, and stable supply chains, from wind to steel, from batteries to electric vehicles. Our ambition is crystal clear. The future of our clean tech industry has to be made in Europe. We stay the course, we stay ambitious, and we stick to our growth strategy.
Planning a trip to Prague? Save time, hassle and money on admission to sites and attractions. Get a Prague Visitor Pass, the only official all-inclusive city card. Choose a pass for either 48, 72 or 120 hours for adult, child or student. Get a plastic card or a virtual card in the app. Simply activate it whenever you want. It gives you access to more than 60 historical sites, guided tours, museums, galleries, the world-famous Prague Zoo, and cruises on the Vltava River. The pass includes unlimited travel on Prague's public transport, ferries, the historical hop-on, hop-off tram, and the funicular to Petrin Hill. Go to praguevisitorpass.eu or download the free app. Prague Visitor Pass. One card, endless experience.
In just under 300 days, Europeans will take to the polls in our unique and remarkable democracy. Among them will be millions of first-time voters. The youngest of them were born in 2008. As they stand in that polling booth, they will think about what matters to them. And when I speak to the new generation of young people today, I see that same vision for a better future, that same burning desire to build something better, that same belief that in a world of uncertainty, and that is what we have to do together. It is the moment to show them that we can build a continent where you can be who you are, love who you want, aim as high as you want, a continent that is united in freedom and peace. This is Europe's moment to answer the call of history. Long live Europe. Our Team Europe approach has enabled us to be more strategic, more assertive, and more united. We want to lead efforts to make the rules-based order fairer and make distribution more equal. This will also mean working with new and old partners to deepen our connections. Just last week, when I was in Delhi, we signed, I think, the most ambitious project of our generation, the India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor. These are state-of-the-art connections for the world of tomorrow, faster, shorter, cleaner. These are investments in our partners' economies and their investment in Europe's prosperity and security in a fast-changing world.
poslední úvěr ve výši 790 milionů euro nám vlastně pomůže zainvestovat v následujících několika letech právě do toho, abychom byli schopni naši distribuci připravit na výzvy budoucnosti, to znamená na instalace obnovitelných zdrojů ve velkém měřítku.
Evropská investiční banka je pro nás opravdu stabilní partner. Projekty, které jsme uskutečnili a pravděpodobně by se možná ani nerealizovali, kdybychom nespolupracovali s EIB, tak jsou například vybudování nemocnice následné péče v Moravské Třebové, což je záležitost unikátní, protože v České republice se nejvíce investuje do nemocnic akutní péče, urgentních, a toto je nemocnice doléčovací.
Děkuji EIB za to, že nám pomohla s financováním lokomotiv Trax MS3, to znamená, jsou to vícesystémové moderní lokomotivy. Tím, že jsou to nejnovější lokomotivy v Evropě, tak mají dokonce sníženou spotřebu o 5 až 7 spotřebu elektrické energie, to znamená, že jsou nejenom zelené, ale jsou vlastně ultrazelené, protože jsou vlastně efektivnější než jiné elektrické lokomotivy.
My pracujeme se společnostmi tak, že z jejich plastů jim děláme jejich produkt. Takzvaná cirkulární ekonomika. Investice více jak 1 milion euro byla pro nás předtím neuchopitelná. Jo? Takže my jsme za to rádi, posunuli nás to někam dál. Mohli jsme si koupit zařízení, které je sofistikovanější, který nám umožní lépe zpracovat na ten odpadní problém.
Nová linka mezi SGEF a EIB má podporiť projekty, ktoré doteraz neboli financovateľné, tak na našej strane ako na strane EIB, a to sú projekty z oblasti inovácie, zelených investícií.
Tohle je nádherná tělocvična, která vznikla právě z peněz Evropské investiční banky, ale nejenom tělocvična. Pak to jsou projekty dopravní infrastruktury, pak to jsou také projekty v oblasti sociálních služeb, pak to jsou třeba projekty, a to je asi největší část těchto peněz od Evropské investiční banky, které putují do nemocnic. Ta spolupráce s Evropskou investiční bankou určitě zlepšuje životy lidí, protože my bychom neměli takový velký objem finančních prostředků, které potřebujeme vložit do projektu.
Discussion was in Czech. There was just one Polish guy who is
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to kindly ask you to take your seats because we are ready for one more European chat for this afternoon. So please take your seats so we are ready to start. Thank you very much. So I hope you enjoyed your coffee break, and right now we will start with European chat, which will focus on the central European view on the EU agenda before the European elections. And as you can see, the scene is already prepared, and I would like to pass the floor to the moderator of this European chat, Martin L. from Hospodářské noviny. Martin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome to this afternoon session chat about Visegrad 4 and about Central Europe with distinguished guests Anna Orosz, member of the Parliament of Hungary, opposition member of the Parliament of Hungary. We should
Thank you.
So.
That's important.
One of the few. And Michal Vašečka, Slovak sociologist, director of Bratislava Policy Institute. Welcome, Michal.
Thank you very much for the invitation.
We have a Slido, as I was told, so I have a computer here, so if you want to ask something, please do that. I hope I will see it. But before your questions, I have about 38 questions of myself. And so we can start directly, because we are in Czech Republic, where Visegrad 4 is not anymore in fashion. So I would like to know how is the situation in Slovakia after the elections and in Hungary, what this trademark is for now in your respective countries. Anna.
Okay, so I do think that the V4 remains a strong benchmark for our countries, simply because of our historical roots that are deep. On the other hand, I would say that right now this is not a real union of countries with shared interests. And the most important proof for that is that Hungary is going more in the direction of illiberal democracy and autocracy. Unfortunately, Slovakia as well. We were really sad on the day of the Slovak elections, and we were really crossing our fingers for you, but unfortunately, yeah, it is what it is now. On the other hand, Poland has different way forward, fortunately, which we were really happy for. So from this perspective, and Czech Republic as well. So from this perspective, I would say that the ties are not that strong right now, and from Hungary's perspective, Orban is looking more and more towards the east, towards Russia, towards China, towards Azerbaijan, whatever countries that we really don't want to be associated with right now. And this is the Hungarian government's strategy, and this has been its strategy for 13 years. Since they are in power. And this is definitely not in the interest of Hungary or of the V4.
Michal.
Well, but let me respond in more complex way, because what we see is Central European views on the European Union agenda, so not necessarily Visegrad.
No, please, no definitions of Central Europe, no definitions.
No, well, he knows that we know always when I'm talking about Central Europe, I'm going into definitions. No. But Central Europe here is very important word. So let's not focus only and exclusively on V4, because what we see in Central Europe these days is basically the end of liberal consensus about the future of the region. I mean, we see it for several years, and the whole region started to backslide to, various illiberal democracies, soft autocracies, etc., etc. And for me, what is important about it, and we will return probably to it, Martin, is that the Central Europe in general, according to many authors, Milan Kundera, György Schöpflin, Václav Bělohradský, you name it, is basically kind of an early warning system, some sign of something what might happen in the future in the whole global West. So in this respect, let's be very careful about what is happening in our region, because it's a premonition. It's kind of a preview what might affect the so-called West as well. So when in this respect, you're asking person from the smallest country of the V4 how Slovakia is tackling the whole membership in V4. And it's very simple. Look, there is a seat, headquarter of a Visegrad Fund in Bratislava. Slovaks enjoy it, of course. Secondly, Slovakia is the smallest country of, in the club. And most importantly, let's remember 90s when Slovakia was backsliding from previous positions. Madeleine Albright mentioned that it's a black hole on the map of Central Europe. And that time, in a very different circumstances, all other countries helped Slovakia a lot. So V4 that time played certain important role. I mean, let's be fair and mention it that in 1998, we Slovaks who were on the side of democratic solutions, we benefited from Visegrad membership a lot. These days, V4 is not particularly popular, is not that unpopular as in the case of Czech Republic, but it's definitely, Slovaks are not among those who are very enthusiastic about V4 cooperation, such as Poles, mostly Poles who are for the last 30 years, very, very optimistic about this cooperation, and repeatedly they want to enlarge the whole cooperation, Lithuania and many, many others. And also because other partners in V4 were reluctant to do it. Poles most likely came with the idea of 3 Cs initiative because they want to see cooperation in wider context. So in this respect, Slovaks at the moment might be still happy about V4. The question rather is whether Prime Minister Fico and his government will not utilize V4 in the same way as Hungary was utilizing V4 in last few years. But that's probably another question which you would like to ask.
Well, basically this is the chat about Europe and European elections and European topics, and usually V4 was considered as a kind of, pressure group or lobby group within the, and I was recently asked by some diplomats if this will be continuing with the new government in Slovakia, with the Hungarian government at all, and with the new government of Poland. We heard a lot of new abbreviations, C3, S3, C5, and some other strange beasts in the room. But let's look at the European topics from our perspective. Central European, let's call it Central European. That's not. You can call it Visegrad if you want, but nobody will understand you here. So where? From your position, where are the views on different EU policies, and we have examples of 3-1 climate, rule of law, and post-pandemic recovery, basically money from different funds. Where in, let's stay with these 3, but if you want to choose another one, no problem with that. Our views in Central Europe differ the most, because I guess we all like money from the EU, more or less. We don't like rule of law because it complicates the situation for the politicians, and we are trying to pretend that there is no climate change. That's my position. So
we have a very optimistic moderator here.
So Anna.
The problem is that I cannot really challenge your views, but What was the question?
Where are the biggest differences in terms of looking at the main European topics from the Central Europe, where we cannot find the common ground, either on V4 platform or some other platforms?
I think that just connecting the first question and this question, I think a very common experience is that we thought that the end of the communism will bring both freedom and welfare to our countries. And the reason why we are so disillusioned now is that it did not bring that much welfare. It did bring freedom, so we can travel to Europe, we can study in Europe, we can do anything we want to do in the West, but we are not as rich as we thought we would be in '89. And I think that is why the rule of law is not such an important issue in our countries, although in Poland it looks like it is more important, so maybe in this respect Poland is an exception. But I think in the case of Hungary, the reason why we cannot really win elections just by criticizing the government for destroying democracy is because people just want welfare, they just want peace, and they don't really care whether, I don't know, the media is free or not. And I think when it comes to climate and sustainability, environmental protection, we are more or less on the same opinion. So it's not a very important issue. Of course, there are differences. For instance, in Hungary, battery plants are being built at an incredibly large pace.
They are going to be the great European powerhouse of batteries.
Exactly. Right now, we are the 4th largest producers in the world, and the government is aiming for Hungary to be the 2nd largest one after China by 2030, I think. And the reason why people do become more aware of this issue is that on the local level, it causes huge problems like water pollution, soil pollution, and people do feel that it has an impact on their everyday lives, but they do not care about, I don't know, the share of renewable energy in our energy mix as such. It's still not on our agenda.
Okay, when we're asking about differences between our countries, I will be probably general at the beginning, but let me begin by saying that it's a very different view how democracy itself should work and whether those countries should promote liberal democracy. And by liberal democracy, I don't mean, something as we very often hear in Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and increasingly also in the Czech Republic, that it's a democracy which was brought by liberal political forces. By liberal democracy, I mean something very concrete. First of all, country with free and fair elections. Secondly, a country with very active civil society, which is promoted also by the government. Thirdly, protection of all citizens in a country, and fourthly, rule of law. And in this respect, there are differences among us. All Poland, Slovakia, and Hungary went through the valley of tears in some moments in their history, and Hungary is still there. Elections are free, but definitely not fair. Well, I mean, you can add whether you
on the day of the election it's free.
Whether you consider your elections free. It's definitely not fair. Slovakia experienced that at least in 1998. Poland experienced that in last elections, or maybe some would even say maybe in last 2 elections. And there are different views how it should function. Rule of law, again, very different approaches to the even definitions. What does it mean? And also protection of all citizens. In many of our countries, there are these very different views whose rights should be protected and why. So this very general approach to human rights, as it is written in constitutive documents of UN, let's say, they are not fully followed in all of our countries in some moments. And in this respect, there are differences in approach to liberal democracy. Since we are sitting in Prague, I would say that what we can see at the moment in the Czech Republic is probably closest to that definition of liberal democracy in comparison to all other countries of Central Europe.
Next 2 years, and then we'll join.
We'll see what will happen, of course. But still, you know, I'm without any emotions. I'm just trying to compare it with all other countries in Central Europe, and I still see that the Czech Republic is fitting into those definitions probably the best at the moment.
Oh, it's very nice from you. Differences. I have a theory a little bit about why we are where we are on different tracks. That we were 20 years ago, we were joining EU, almost 20 years, 35 almost years ago, we were changing our regimes. And we were having a kind of imagined West we are going to join. But we joined the West, we imagined in the 80s, watching, you know, speeches of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, and then we joined the West, we just moved somewhere from that time on. And we are not catching up, not only economically, but also in ideas, you know, or in political thinking or development of the society. So we can find a lot of differences on that, not only between us, but also with the Western countries. But let's look at the common ground or lowest common denominator, from where we can jump up from here, from Central Europe, and to look at the Europe more optimistically. I tried.
Honestly, I think that, I mean, we are still young democracies, I would say. Can we say that we are still young democracies?
No, I'm not
anymore.
I'm not buying it. No. And I'll tell you, we are sitting in Prague. And
I was born in '89, so be careful what you answer.
I know. No, but we are sitting in Prague, and let me tell you why I'm not buying it. I grew up in a situation when we were talking all the time about memories and, of course, constructed memories on the so-called First Czechoslovak Republic, which was democratic, inclusive, and we know it was not that fantastic, but you know, the memories of it, and very often constructed memories, were very positive. But it lasted just 20 years, you know. Now we are building something in our countries for 33, 34 years, and we still are tempted to say that you know, it's because we are young democracies, and I'm not buying it, because the truth is that those countries have been polarized in their visions, what they want to build right since the beginning, and some Western authors are now reacting to it. Timothy Garton-Ash today is in Prague, and he just very recently wrote that, you know, we in the West, we thought that these countries would like to build Western full-fledged democracies. And we probably forgot that they don't want to build Western democracies. They want to build their Central European democracies with some specificities. And you know, and I was horrified when I saw it, because no, this is not what I wanted to see, and many people around me. We wanted to build full-fledged Western democracies, but the truth is that there were significant parts in all of our societies who didn't care about it at all, you know, and we forgot about it. So Timothy Garton-Ash is right in a sense that we forgot about those. And we were not paying attention to the fact that they don't want to be there. You know, they don't want to achieve that stage where our countries will be very much compatible with the rest. And in a way, very often people from actually two of our countries, from Hungary and Slovakia, this is exactly what they are repeating in Brussels. Why you are pushing us with some, you know, asylum seekers, migration? This is not what we dealt with 20 years ago. This is not what was written in our accession materials. This is not what we endorsed 20 years ago. So suddenly you are asking us something what we actually never wanted, and we will not comply, you know. But in a way, 20 years ago, there was also something like gentleman agreement behind it, which the so-called West proposed to us, and they believed that we are gentlemen as well. You know, that we understood the gentleman deal.
Yeah, but I think it's easy to be a gentleman when you have enough money on your bank account. It's a bit more difficult if you don't. And I think that's the problem, that we were promised by politicians, by the ruling people, by the West, that freedom and welfare will come hand in hand, and it will come quickly. And it did not. Many people lost their jobs, inflation was soaring, and we had very serious economic and financial difficulties that everyday people felt in their lives. And I think why I said that we are still young democracies is that I can totally understand voters who say that they don't care about the rule of law or your vision of democracy back in '89 or still today. They just want a peaceful life with high-value education for their kids, with normal hospital services, healthcare services, and so on and so forth, and a good job and a secure job. The question is whether we are able to connect that these two things are not independent from each other, that rule of law, democracy, not stealing taxpayers' money is not independent from our quality of living. And that's why I said that we are still young, because I still hope, but I mean, I'm a politician, so this is my job description to still have hope, that maybe one day we will learn this, and that's when we are going to be able to really fight back these authoritarian rules and have a proper democracy that's not built on promises that cannot be kept, like it was the case back in '89.
We can now go in two directions, you know, make it a seminar on management of expectations, because this is the management topic for the managers, you know, how to manage your expectations about salary rise. And now we have clearly the long-term problem of management of expectations in our societies from the part of politicians. Look at the Ukraine and the president promising a quick victory. Then we can go in the second direction, looking after the money. In a sense that if we are not young democracies, then we are definitely poor democracies in terms of economic development, or stuck democracies, or middle-income trap democracies, because we are, after 20 years after the joining EU, we are not able to find out the new model of development, and this is used by the populists, you know, promising everything but not doing anything. And then there is still this EU funds on the horizon. For some countries unreachable, for some countries reachable, but with the clear horizon that they will turn from net receivers to net payers. Or we can go totally different direction if you want, because we have an interesting question in the chat. If we talk about Euroscepticism, does it mean the same in countries of the Central Europe? Are there any differences in perceptions and topics? I think it's connected with all three: management of expectations, money, and Euroscepticism. You know, promises of, you know, golden land coming with the EU. So where we are with this management of expectations, of money coming, not coming, being used, being misused. In Czech Republic, for example, for your information, now it's very popular now to show Poland as a nice example how they used very well the money for building infrastructure. Mm-hmm.
Well, if I may react, you mentioned that these democracies are, well, they might be still liberal, but they are definitely poor. And this is a tricky thing. You know, we are sitting right at the moment in a country which jumped over Portugal and Greece years ago, sketching with Spain and even Italy. So the situation is not tragic. What is tragic is that equally as many countries in a region, Hungary, Slovakia, the whole model of economic development is basically old-fashioned, and we know it. We know it's not reproducible at the moment. Down to earth from there. And in a way, this is something what is haunting us. I fully support your skepticism. But again, these countries are not poor. The problem is, as I see it, and this is the management of expectations, that people who are living here, and this is the major difference between Central and Eastern Europe and so-called Western Europe, are ready to trade off their liberties and various rights for something else. And this is definitely not true for so-called Western Europe. Several generations were educated about very broad human rights, and you name it, while in our countries, there is really a lot of people in some countries, such as Slovakia, even majority of people, who would easily trade off their liberties and rights for better financial situation, for higher security, or even for preservation of traditional values, whatever it means. And this is something what I consider even more tragic than just the fact that our social economic model at the moment is somehow in crisis. Because, after all, we can solve the problem. There are, in all of our countries, there are people who are able to suggest how to, get out of that trap where we found ourselves at the moment. But the problem is what to do with the population, which is not valuing their liberties and human rights, which are the core issues of the so-called global West. I mean, that's. I would respond this way. So money is less important in my understanding than the fact that we got stuck somewhere in between our way to full-fledged liberal democracy based on rule of law.
Basically, I got this feeling about Hungary as well, covering last elections in your country, speaking with the people there, that they are able to trade off everything for money, for the security.
No, that's very harsh. I mean, the government is controlled.
It was in Eastern Hungary.
Sorry?
Eastern Hungary, close to the border.
No, I mean, I won in a district where previously Fidesz has been in power for 8 years. No, actually for 12 years, sorry. And this is in Budapest. And I won by 51% and Fidesz had 41, I think. So even my neighbors are buying the government's offer. So it's not only in Eastern Hungary or Northern Hungary, so the poorer parts of the country, but everywhere. But the thing is, 80% of the media is controlled by Fidesz or its oligarchs. So basically, people, especially in the countryside, who watch television, watch public television, listen to the radio, or read the news outlets, the regional news outlets. They have a completely different understanding of what is happening and why it's happening. And the government is really successful in painting this image that Orbán is protecting the Hungarian people from everything that is evil in the world, like migration, refugees, the EU sometimes, George Soros, the Central European universities, sorry. It's not that they don't have values or they are willing to trade off everything for a little bit more welfare. It's just that, they have a different understanding of the world because of the government's propaganda machine, which is like built on the pattern of the Russian propaganda, basically, and also it's influenced very strongly by Russian propaganda.
But can you really blame it only on that, on government information machine? I give you the opportunity to,
of course not,
to do a quick course of management of expectations because of another question. Anna, how is Momentum going to defeat Viktor Orbán and Fidesz and win back liberal democracy?
How much time do we have? But the two things are connected. It's really difficult. Right now our strategy. So after the defeat in 2022 national elections, our strategy is to go local and try to represent and speak up for issues that are important in a mid-sized settlement or smaller city, for instance. We were collecting signatures on an issue of a road construction because the locals wanted the road construction to take place somewhere else than what the government wanted, and we collected 10,000 signatures in a city of 60,000 people, which is a large number. This does not necessarily, or this is not necessarily breaking news, but I mean that city and the residents of that city do remember Momentum and do remember us being there on the streets, speaking up for their interest or in their interest. But this is a very, very long road, and obviously the opposition has to work together because the differences in resources are just immense between the government and the opposition. And also, this is the first time since Orbán is in power that there are very serious economic and financial hardship in Hungary. So right now, inflation rate is the highest in Hungary among the European Union member states. Right now it's 9.9%, but it was double that a few months ago. So this is the first time people do not have the feeling that they, even if just by a little, but they are doing better every month and every year than in the previous one. So it's tough. It's very tough, and like being 1 year and a half past the previous election, it's still a very dark period of time for opposition voters. But I mean, we cannot give up. This country deserves much better than what we have right now.
Michal, is Slovakia now going into dark period?
Okay, let's be extremely optimistic, and I will say that Slovakia is heading toward wasted years when the best option is endless stagnation of a country. And now I'm very optimistic because I believe that Slovakia will be not even stagnating. And there are many reasons to think this way. It's not about the structure of economy, because I can be very optimistic about infrastructure and etc., etc. It's about people, mostly. It's a country that got lost in its transformation in a dark forest, and it's the most conspiratory out of all countries of Central and Eastern Europe. Suddenly you have a very different dynamic of the country where, you know, when you have basically more than 50% of people who believe in various conspiracy theories, the whole dynamic of society is changing. And in this respect, I'm definitely not surprised that people are ready to trade off their liberties, because in fact, Slovakia is turning, together with Bulgaria and to a certain extent with Hungary, into this Orwellian nightmare where the words are losing its importance and real meaning. You know, bad is good, good is bad, white is black, liberator is occupier. You know, and in this respect, I believe that this is even more important than the fact that also Slovakia, equally as the Czech Republic, somehow is at the end of a social economic transformation typical for last years. What is more important is that enemies of open society will be utilizing this confusion of people in years to come, and also in upcoming European parliamentary elections. And what will come out of that might be dramatic, although I might be slightly more optimistic here, because the turnout in Slovakia in European elections is always the lowest in the European Union. So those slightly more Euro-optimistic might show up even more than Eurosceptics. But Slovakia, as a relatively Euro-optimistic country in the past, is changing with a speed which is unprecedented into very Eurosceptic country. You know, I mean, once it was the most Euro-optimistic. At the moment, 37% of inhabitants of Slovakia would vote for exiting European Union, and in this respect, Slovaks are catching up with Czechs, who are definitely the most Eurosceptic in the European Union.
We are improving our numbers.
Sorry?
We are improving our numbers.
Okay, congratulations.
But it doesn't mean too much. I mean, in Hungary, still the majority of the population is pro-EU. But still, we are where we are. I think 61% of the population is still very strongly supports membership in the EU. Yeah, so these numbers do not necessarily mean that at the same time we are moving, and that's why the government, for instance, in its negative narrative against the EU, is not using the word European Union. They are referring to it as Brussels, which is an ugly word. And that's what they are putting on the billboards and on the propaganda everywhere.
No, but you know what I mean. In times of economic hardship, you have a chance to restructure economy, to do some reforms. And if you are not ready to do it, and Slovak government will definitely not do it, I'm absolutely positive about it, you have to search for enemies, either from somewhere else, Brussels, or internal enemy. I mean, in case of Hungary, they found both. Yeah, in Slovakia, they will do the same very soon.
So my question is, what the European elections next year will be for in both of your country in terms of how the government will use them, how the opposition can use them. Is it the time or possibility or occasion to mobilize people, for example, for the European idea in that positive sense, or is it because of unpopularity or of European elections something which you as an opposition party, for example, just try to survive?
No, it's a very important election for us, especially because the rules could not be changed, unlike in the case of the municipal and the national elections. And speaking of the municipal elections, Fidesz set the date of the next municipal elections on the same day as we are holding the European parliamentary elections. The municipal elections should have been half a year later. This means that mayors and local council members will be elected in June, and they will have to wait until October the same year that they can actually start acting as mayors and local council members. This, I think, will boost the participation of the European parliamentary election as well, because there will be 2 elections. Maybe a referendum as well, who knows? For momentum, it's definitely a very positive thing, because we are a very pro-European party, and also our voters are very pro-European, and also because it's a very fair election in the sense that it's purely based on party lists, and we do not have to negotiate with other parties about common candidates that enjoy the support of all the other parties.
System.
Yeah, basically. Okay, I'm not going into details. Yeah, so it's a positive thing, and topic-wise, I think the EU funds are going to be in the center of the discussion. That the Hungarian government is not able to bring home the European Union funds, which represent roughly 8% of the Hungarian GDP. It's a large number, especially in times of economic hardship, and this is probably going to be in the center of the campaign, both of the opposition and the government.
Very briefly, in case of Slovakia, European elections might be important for people, surprisingly, and it might surprise somebody because the turnout in some of previous European elections in Slovakia was almost shocking. In some cases below 10%, what looked like a mistake, statistical mistake, because Slovakia was basically out of the range in comparison to anybody else. But this time it might be different, and the reasons are very simple. Pro-European, pro-democratic, pro-Atlantic oriented Slovaks are at the moment going through the really valley of tears, and they are shocked what happened during parliamentary elections. They might lose presidential elections equally in March. If you would ask me whether Democrats are going to lose also presidential elections, I would say that the probability is very high at the moment. So then, in the spring, with European elections and with quite increasing and dramatic pressure coming from Fico's government, these elections might be more important than any other in the past, speaking about European elections.
We have about 10 new questions in the chat, and we are supposed to end now. So I will pose last question to each of you. There is a question to Anna. One important thing is knowing your voter. Is issue voting that popular on the local level rather than symbols and memories?
Sorry, what?
Because it has 3 likes, it's the first
is
one.
Is issue voting that popular on the local level rather than symbols and memories? No, but issue voting is important because that's where we can accomplish things. And because the government is constantly portraying opposition forces as not credible and weak. That's why the local level is so important for us. Even if we have only a very small accomplishment or achievement, it still shows that we do have competence. And that's like one of the #1 priorities for the opposition right now.
And for Michal, there is one provocative Slovakia one, so please find the Slovaks in the audience and then discuss it.
But is it so provocative that it's full of vulgar and
no.
So you can read it.
But this one I would be eager to know from you, and then we must end. What are or what should be the main topics for democratic, big capital letters, opposition parties in Slovakia and Hungary for upcoming EU elections? So basically, on which topics you can play European elections in the situation where we are in both countries?
Well, in case of Slovakia, it will be probably a rule of law and various dimensions of it. Slovakia might be in a peculiar situation while European Union was tolerant and somehow was overlooking various problematic steps of the Hungarian governments for years. It might, that there might be a situation when that, in case of Slovakia, it will be not overlooked, and it will be not tolerated in such a range as in case of Hungary. So it will be rule of law, and the question is how the opposition will be able to pick up the topic and to convince people that we are losing something what was normal for Slovakia, even in times when Fico was in government in the past. That we are basically backsliding from previous positions dramatically and visibly. This might be catchy, I think, to a certain extent.
So the Slovak question. I am not worried about the image of Slovakia. We are a sovereign government that will protect the interests of Slovakia. Kaliňák, I don't know which one. Could Michal comment on these words?
Again, we are not...
I am not worried about the image of Slovakia. We are a sovereign government that will protect the interests of Slovakia. There are not now more Kaliňáks in Slovakian politics.
I know. No, I mean, yeah, that's a good quotation, very provocative. How to respond in... Slovakia doesn't have such a good reputation as Slovaks think very often, and this is, by the way, this is repeated again and again, always Slovakia has a good reputation, and even President Čaputová very often repeats that, we have a good reputation outside. And the problem of Slovakia, and I will be not negative here, is sometimes that Slovakia doesn't have any brand, that very often people have difficulties to connect anything with Slovakia. There are even these blind maps coming from United States, that various countries are attached to something, Bulgaria with Turkish toilets, and they are very upset about it. No, I'm not provocative here, but, and it's always it's something what really hurts those people in a country. And suddenly then there is a wide place, because even something provocative doesn't come to the minds of those who are creating those blind maps. You know, and sometimes to have a bad reputation is better than to have no reputation. You know, if people have simply problems to attach country to something. So in this respect, no, Slovakia doesn't have a good reputation. The problem is that, you know, there is no, and Slovakia should work very hard on the branding of the country for the future.
Michal Vašečka, Anna Oroš, I'm Martin Nel. Thank you very much for the attention and questions.
Thank you very much for this very frank European chat. And we will now move to the last panel discussion of our today's program. So please don't leave this room and stay here with us for the further program. In the next panel discussion, we will focus on the EU reform and enlarged. And we will discuss capacities of the EU to integrate new members while securing development and effective institutional functioning. We will just add more chairs, replace glasses, and then we will be ready for the last panel discussion of this year's Prague European Summit. I would like you to take your seats again so we can start the last panel discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much. So as I said a few seconds ago, we have the last panel discussions of this year's Prague European Summit. This time we will focus on the EU reform and enlarged. And it's my pleasure to open the last panel discussion, which will be, we have the only all-female panel of the whole Prague European Summit, and it is wonderful that we have this and that we gathered 4 great experts on the topics that we are going to discuss. It means the EU reform and enlargement, how we can, connect these 2 topics, and if the EU is ready to make such a huge steps as another enlargement, and if the institutional frameworks is actually ready to do something like that. And it is my pleasure now to pass the floor to Jana Juzová, Senior Research Fellow and Head of the Global Europe Program of the European Institute for European Policy. Jana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aneta. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for sticking with us for this last panel discussion of this year's Prague European Summit before the closing remarks. I really appreciate that while we actually started this year's conference with a side event focused on female empowerment, we are closing it with all-female panel. So this is my pleasure to moderate this interesting, timely, and challenging discussion. I am joined here today by distinguished speakers, Isabel Yanides, a senior policy analyst from the European Parliament's Research Service, Camino Mortera Martinez, head of the Brussels office of the Center for European Reform, and Milica Uvalic, professor from the European University Institute in Florence. At this last panel discussion, we will be talking about topics which resonate very much at the EU level and in Brussels bubble throughout this year. And that is EU enlargement and necessary EU reform to enable new countries acceding to the European Union. While there were some discussions, and I would say even whispers, about the necessary EU reform for admitting new countries from the Western Balkans, which were the candidate countries and the only ones in the race, basically, before 2022, only the war and the Russian aggression towards the Ukraine actually started these discussions taking place at a much higher and much more serious level. It is clear that with Ukraine becoming one of the candidate countries and potentially opening the accession negotiations as soon as next month, the EU will need to change something about the way it functions, its institutions function, the way that the funds are reallocated among the member states, and other issues. So we have quite a challenging task ahead of us to address all these things. I will start with Isabel. Please, the Russia's aggression against Ukraine ignited this significant shift in the way that the EU member states actually think about the neighborhoods and enlargement policy as such. While before 2022, it was a taboo within the European Council to even acknowledge publicly the European aspirations of the so-called associated trio countries, Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, in a very short time span, the attitude shifted very quickly. We saw the granting of candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova. We are now seeing, again, in unprecedented swiftness, let's say, the potential opening of the accession talks. What prompted these shifts, in your opinion, and do you think that the European Union and the member states actually are ready to restore the EU's credibility in terms of enlargement and offer a credible perspective? And I will actually tie it with an uneasy question because, as I mentioned in the beginning, Ukraine acted as sort of a catalyst for these discussions about enlargement, the reform, and how to actually make it credible again. What does this mean for the Western Balkans, which have been in the process for 2 decades?
Great, big questions and less than 10 minutes to answer this. But first, thank you very much for having me in beautiful Prague. Since this event is web stream, I just want to clarify that I'm a researcher in the EP, so I will be speaking on my personal behalf and not representing the EP position. So that gives me some relative freedom, let's say, to talk about my opinion, especially since we're talking on something so topical and sensitive at the moment. I'm sure the past week we've all been reading the Commission papers that came out in the latest EU enlargement package. And I would say, I mean, the short answer to is the EU restoring its credibility, which I think is very much linked to the issue of EU fatigue. And I have to also say that I mostly work on the Western Balkans. So, you know, those of us who have been working on the Western Balkans clearly have felt this fatigue for years. I would say the short answer is yes, it's restoring the credibility. And I say this with hesitance. But I think in the medium to long term, possibly, probably no. And let me explain this. First of all, of course, it's historic that we now have 10 new possible members for the EU. It has also complexified the situation and the enlargement process per se. One could also argue if there is a single enlargement process. And certainly when reading the 2023 Commission communication on EU enlargement, you can feel the tensions. You can feel the tensions between, on the one hand, the geopolitical aspect, which is more transactional, which is trying to be coupled with the more, let's say, transformative agenda, the merit-based reforms, and thus the whole value-ridden EU discourse, I would say. But obviously my colleagues in the European Commission are amazingly intelligent. So, I mean, the sentence that stuck with me is the second sentence in that document, which reads, and I want to read it. It says, EU membership is a geostrategic investment in a strong, stable, and united Europe based on common values. And this already sets the two parameters of enlargement. And they have put in bold the words geostrategic and the phrase common values. So they themselves realize that there is a two-legged approach to EU enlargement and tries to combine the geopolitical aspect and this value-written perspective. So let me start. I'll try and unpack this essentially in the next 5 minutes or so. So on the geopolitical aspect, and this is the yes part of my question, I would say that, of course, the enlargement process is back on the political agenda, and this is extremely important, obviously, because it was off the agenda for so long. And this has been put so quickly because of Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which has been perceived and understood and even lived profoundly as a threat from Russia to the entire Europe. And this, of course, has acted as an accelerator for enlargement and translated in things that we could have never imagined. I mean, in 2018, for example, when we were all complaining, where is enlargement? Today we have candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova and Georgia under certain conditions, but also it has helped the Western Balkans move forward. So we have accession negotiations finally opened with Albania and North Macedonia, and even Bosnia-Herzegovina was offered candidate status. And quite frankly, and in my personal humble opinion, it's quite sad that it took a war for enlargement in the Western Balkans to make a leap forward. And honestly, if you look at the situation in these countries today, I would say that maybe 10 years ago, when Europeans were more concentrated on their internal problems, actually the situation in the Western Balkans was easier to deal with, and it would be easier to push for reforms. So, you know, the geopolitical aspect, I think it is real. I think that the turning point on enlargement is real. It's not a pretend, as you know, we tend to be cynical, those of us who work on EU enlargement, but I think we have seen commitment across the board, from the Commission, obviously, in the European Parliament. We have been pushing a lot for enlargement for a long while, and maybe later on I can talk about the proposals that come from the European Parliament. But already in 2022, we had a report concerning the new EU strategy for enlargement, and now we have a draft report that deals more with the issues that Camino will talk about, which is on EU integration in view of the future of enlargement. And in the member states, you even have Emmanuel Macron publicly acknowledging and recognizing the need for enlargement as a geopolitical imperative. But obviously, geopolitics, as we know, is based on interests, and it's based, therefore, on the appetite of EU leaders at national level. And what research has shown is that, and there's lots of research on how decision-making is being taken in Council, and what we have seen over the years is actually a return of power politics in the Council. And what researchers observe is rather that Council, instead of being this venue of consensus building, it has been a venue where member states can air their disagreements on certain issues. And obviously we've seen this on the rule of law, but we've also seen it in foreign policy. We've seen it on the Eastern Mediterranean, for example. I mean, I can talk about the country that I know best, Cyprus, but also Greece, talking about the tensions in the Eastern Mediterranean, asking for conditions on Turkey. Turkey, by the way, is a candidate country, but we keep forgetting about it because it doesn't really have an enlargement perspective, and yet it is still included in the 2023 enlargement package. And these interests have also been used to slow down the accession process of North Macedonia, and possibly we'll see it slowing down Albania in the next European Council. So just to say that individual member states' interests can fluctuate. And so, yes, there is a momentum in the short term, but who knows what's going to happen in the medium to long term. And the other thing that the acceleration of EU enlargement has done is to put on the table how do we prepare for this future EU enlargement. So obviously there is the issue of the internal reforms, which Camino will talk about, but there's also what are the conditions for the applicants, for the candidate countries to move forward on enlargement. And so that means we need to remember that the whole geopolitical, argument hasn't at all erased the need for fundamental reforms in rule of law, for example, dealing with bilateral disputes, and obviously all the social and economic reforms that are required. Which means, therefore, and this is where I see that reversing the EU fatigue and restoring credibility will be more complicated, because for a large group of member states that's led by France, this rule-based agenda needs to be safeguarded. This is profoundly the raison d'être of the EU. And that means also that not only needs to be communicated to the Western Balkans, this affects mostly the Western Balkans, obviously, but it needs to be understood by their government and their public that it is there to stay. And that means also that there's no way around these necessary reforms. But it also means that the applicants are actors in the process, because I think they forget it. So, whether or not the reform process continues and the momentum continues is also something that affects them. And I think they know firsthand that the train can't stop. So, this should be motivation to do something. But since I started with the communication, I wanna also finish with it, because where I saw the tension there is that I think it shows a clear geopolitical perspective for the Eastern Trio and a clarity in the aims, in that Russia must be contained and those who fight it will move forward. But then when you look at the section on the Western Balkans, I see more resignation. I do not see much imagination there, even though we know that, if you continue on the same line, you will probably get the same results. You can't expect something different. And there, honestly, there's still the proposal for normalization of relations between Kosovo and Serbia, with nothing particularly new. There's not really, there's a lack of strategy on how to provide incentives for Bosnia and Herzegovina to move forward. So, in a way, I wonder whether the EU is still underestimating the geopolitical importance of the Western Balkans. And we shouldn't forget that, they're in the inner yard of the EU, and they too can be a geopolitical asset. And I'll stop here. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Isabel, for providing us with this comprehensive overview of the current situation and the context that this rethinking, let's say, of enlargement and the EU reform is taking place in. Now I will turn towards Camino. Isabel talked about the apparent real commitment of the European Union towards enlargement that is visible, or at least being expressed right now. And when we talk about the reform of the EU in order to enable next enlargement, there are actually many steps and many aspects that the EU and the EU member states will have to deal with. What, in your opinion, or how do you actually see this commitment of the EU and readiness to actually reform itself? Because we are seeing it's a very difficult discussions. There is a group of countries, for example, pushing, especially big EU member states, pushing for introduction of QMV in common foreign and security policy and other areas. There are many countries, including Czech Republic, Poland, and others, who are not very fond of these proposals. So it seems like we are seeing a big discussion ahead of us. Do you think it is possible that we will arrive to some consensus and actually show to the candidate countries that we are honest about this promise that we are making to them, and we are also doing our work on our side?
Thanks, Jana. I think the short answer to that is I don't believe words governments tell me. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that I was here yesterday and I realized that this is not just another conference. So this is full of young people. And before I start talking about concentric circles, intra-institutional reform, and you all go back to your iPhones, I thought that I was going to do things in a different way. So instead of like coming here with my Brussels bubbleness to, lecture you about stuff, as we do coming from the Brussels bubble land, I have decided that I'm going to put questions to you, but because we don't have questions in this conference, we have a platform, I'd like the answers perhaps coming from that platform. And I'm happy to talk to you after the panel as well, because there are so many questions about enlargement that governments are unable to answer, and they always ask us, think tankers, to come up with ideas. So my job is mostly going around and asking people to give me ideas that then I can use and pass as my own, as you would know. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to contextualize what's happening in Brussels and what's happening in EU capitals, because Isabel has rightly talked a lot about the geopolitical imperative and the process from the European Commission's perspective and also the European Parliament's perspective. But obviously, there is also the other part of the equation, which is the member states, which have traditionally been the drivers of enlargement. And I say traditionally because with the war in Ukraine and with the pandemic, we've seen a number of shifts in the European Union and in the dynamics of the European Union that have made it so that we suddenly have a very powerful Commission President, Ursula von der Leyen, who is able to use a lot of her political credit to push EU governments to do stuff that they don't necessarily always want to do. Also, by the way, let's all remember that Madame von der Leyen herself was not necessarily very much into enlargement when she was elected. And just for measure, our enlargement commissioner is an urban man. So you can imagine that, in 2019, how enthusiastic the Commission was about enlargement if they put an urban man to the position. If I have to bet, I would guess that the next Hungarian commissioner is going to be put in charge of making sure that the trains carrying MEPs to Strasbourg don't end in Disneyland, which has happened, by the way. So I think that's the level where we were in 2019. Obviously, things have moved a lot, but I think things have moved a lot because of Ukraine, of course. But I also think that we should be really careful when believing what governments tell us. And I have the feeling when talking to people in Brussels and EU capitals that a lot of member states at a certain moment started believing that enlargement was going to happen to them, that it was going to be something like the weather that you cannot control, that it's going to rain, so you have to do something about it. So the best thing that you can do is to build an umbrella. And that, I think, is very well illustrated by the European political community, which we talked about yesterday a lot. Now I'm going to put my cynical think tanker hat on and tell you that I never believed that the European political community was some sort of, grand scheme that Macron had thought through. My opinion was he had to come up with something, as he often does, because there was a big imperative to do something about Ukraine because of the war, and then he decided to revive a long-standing French idea and to do this European political community. Then he lost control of it, and he lost control of it in a very funny way because the Brits were so enthusiastic about it, because there was a way for pro-European Brits to come back to the European political community, and so were the Turks, So suddenly we had the Brits and the Turks being really, really happy about the European political community, and Macron being like, I've lost control of this thing. I don't want it anymore. So, you know, you can have it. And then we've seen what happened to it, like up to Granada. But suddenly, the European political community has made a comeback. And it has made a comeback in what I'm going to explain you afterwards, and that's when I'm going to talk about concentric circles, so please don't look at your phones. In the ideas that big member states, in particular France and Germany, but also my own country, Spain, Portugal, Belgium, the Netherlands and others, are advancing when it comes to enlargement. So I'm going to talk to you about the two models that are being discussed in very brainy rooms in Brussels and elsewhere, which is the stage accession or phased-in accession, which is basically the idea, I mean, it's self-explaining, right? It's like candidate countries could just join parts of the European Union as they become ready, and that would be good for them because they would have deliverables, and good for us because it's a sort of a transitional and slower process that we can control a little bit more. Now, there are obvious downsides to this approach that I'm not entirely sure that everybody has thought about them, but a lot of the people talking about state accession talk about access to the single market. And to me, this is like thinking of the single market as a minor European project and not as an essential project that you cannot enter unless you comply with a number of criteria, which are actually very, very difficult to comply with. So the idea of looking at the single market in the same way the UK traditionally did, without thinking that the single market, especially right now, it's much more than the economy. It's resilience, it's economic security, it's all the things that we talked about yesterday. And by the way, I'm advancing an idea. I think the next European Commission will decide that they are going to be the Geo-Economic Commission. And the single market there is going to be extremely, extremely important. So I'm not entirely sure whether this phase accession is necessarily what the EU governments would want. The other idea is concentric circles, right? So to have an outer circle, the European political community is something loose where you can meet from time to time in nice places like Prague or Granada and, you know, like show your unity towards the world. Circles which would be a little bit closer to the European Union, and then having some sort of an inner core that would be allowed to advance faster if they so want. Now, this is bad for candidate countries, right? Because that means that you have the potential to park them in the outer circle forever. At the same time, it's also good, and that's why I'm telling you that I'm just asking you questions. I'm not giving you answers, because they can join those outer circles faster, and that's something that they could also sell to the populations, because I think at the end of the day, enlargement is a lot about selling it to your voters. What does the European Union get for that? Not only do European governments, get to control the process a little bit more, but they also get to do something that they've been trying to do for a long time, and that actually links with the reform that we were talking about, which is what to do with all the problems that we already have. And this consortium circles is one idea that has been floated for the longest time, so that you can deal with problems with the shape of Hungary, for example. We were hearing before that maybe there will be another referendum in Hungary. If there is a referendum on should Hungary be part of the common European foreign security policy, maybe, you know, there can be an outer circle for that. If the Eurozone wants to integrate further and people want to join it, maybe that could be a way to move forward on some kind of, you know, problematic questions. And it would also allow the European Union to deal with something that, to me, some people call it the Copenhagen dilemma. I prefer to look at it as the Copenhagen paradox, which is that you have to be really, 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 really good before you join the European Union, and then once you have a seat in the Council, you can do whatever you want, because nobody can kick you out. And that is something that member states, indeed, France, Germany, but others as well, are very, very worried about. Reform, and I'm going to be quick because I know that I'm taking a lot of time. I think European member states have realized that they have to reform whether there is enlargement or not, because there are many things that need to be rethought. at a moment where, I don't need to talk to you here what the moment is. Like, there are lots of problems around the world, and the European Union has changed a lot. All these reforms are going to touch upon, in one way or another, policies that enlargement will be very important for. Fiscal rules, decision-making, voting in the Council, ponderation of votes, the common agricultural policy, you name it. There are so many policies that need to be rethought before we can even think of getting bigger. So now I'm going to finish my intervention with the thorny questions that I'm sort of hoping that you can solve for me so that I can steal them. One of the suggestions that I've heard lately is because reform is going to be so complicated, because there is no appetite for trade reform, because once again, people are just thinking that enlargement is happening to us, as opposed to thinking, how can we be proactive in trying, to make this work for all of us. One idea making the rounds is to have like two small countries, like entre guillemets, quote unquote, and problematic countries, maybe, like less problematic than Ukraine, joining the European Union before there is any reform on the table, to show, that enlargement can be good, and that we can move forward, and that we don't need to reform anything, that everything is going to be okay. Now, I think this is probably going to backlash for several reasons, but one of them is because what are the others going to think? And especially, what do you do with Ukraine? Because if we are talking about this, if I'm here, it's because there was a war in Ukraine that was like a watershed moment for the European Union. Kissinger has presented the utilitarian case for having Ukraine joining both NATO and the European Union, which is we're going to have the biggest army in Europe, the biggest and better trained army in Europe, and it's going to be completely out of our control. So wouldn't it be better to have some control over it and bring Ukraine into the European Union and NATO? Now, paradoxically, it used to be more difficult to get NATO membership than to get into the single market. Now it's the other way around. So I'm not entirely sure that everybody has thoughts within the community that is advocating for Ukraine membership of the European Union and fast-tracking and all these kind of things, about a number of problems that I would like you to solve for me. So one of these problems is, how do you integrate a country that is divided and at war into the European Union as we have it now? And of course we have Cyprus, but the difference with Cyprus, there are two differences with Cyprus. The first one is that there was Greece pushing for Cyprus to enter the European Union. I'm not entirely sure who is going to be the Greece of Ukraine. I thought it was going to be Poland, apparently not anymore. And the second question is that the conflict in Cyprus is in between, it was between two candidate members, and now is between an existing member and a candidate member. Even though Turkey, we know, is not going to join anytime soon, but it's still a candidate member. You don't have the same with Russia. My second question is, what Ukraine is going to enter into the European Union? What are the borders? And somebody told me, some clever ambassador told me the other day, it doesn't matter, we just say whatever the UN says. I'm like, yeah, but are you going to go and tell Zelensky, you have to choose in between Crimea and membership of the European Union? And if not, what are you going to do with your Article 42.7 of the Treaty of Lisbon, which is basically the equivalent of Article 5 of the NATO Treaty, without having an Article 4? Are you going to reform it, or are you not going to trigger it? If you are not going to trigger it, then how can you be credible towards Putin that he cannot invade anybody else because we are in the European Union? And then I had a final question, because I'm seeing your face, I know I have to stop, which is a question about buying. And the buying, to me, is very important, because there are European elections coming up, but there are many, many, many elections that are happening around Europe. And I can tell you, as somebody who follows a lot of countries, that I can count with my hands the amount of parliamentary debates that I've witnessed on the question of the war in Ukraine. And this was okay at the beginning of the war, because there's an emergency. You shouldn't allow divergence of thinking, in a way. It's been almost 2 years. We haven't had conversations. And that means that come the European elections, with greenlash, with all the problems that we're going to have with cost of living, energy, farmers and all that, you need to make your case for enlargement to Ukraine. And I'm thinking about Ukraine because I'm not an expert in the Western Balkans, and you're going to talk about the Western Balkans. You have to make your case. I don't think any European government is at the moment making the case for enlargement of Ukraine towards their voters. The only thing that they're saying is we need to win this war, but we don't know what winning this war means for them, and we don't know what enlarging to Ukraine would mean for winning this war. So those are my questions. If you have some answers, please send them to me, because I would be very happy to steal them. Thank you.
Thank you, Camino. I would by this like to encourage our audience. You can send the questions, so feel free to also send the comments and your opinions to all these million-dollar questions, I would say. Thank you, Camino, for being actually quite brief. I have to say I've never heard so far anyone explain the staged or gradual integration models in under 1 minute. So that was impressive. And and for encompassing all the issues that are actually related to this. And I also am very happy that you mentioned the question of public support, because I feel like this is something that we tend to overlook a bit at this point. And according to the Eurobarometers from the last 2 years, I have to say we are seeing actually a worrying trend also, and especially in the Czech Republic, in fact, where the support for European integration of Ukraine is actually gradually decreasing. And perhaps surprisingly, in the latest Eurobarometer, Cyprus was the least supportive country of integration of Ukraine, but immediately followed by Slovakia, Czech Republic, and Hungary. So we are seeing this, especially in the Czech case, this dilemma or this tension between the very strong political support towards Ukraine and the worrying public opinion trends. So thank you very much for that. Now I would like to turn, last but not least, to Milica. We touched upon the question of the costs and how much it will cost the EU member state and the European Union in all the meanings of the word, in fact, in economical, but also in terms of security, stability, and so on. But now I would like to actually ask you to focus on the economical and financial aspects of enlargement. How much, are there any calculations, are there any estimates of how costly it would be in the end for the EU to actually accept new members, especially coming from the Western Balkans? And how can we actually advance this discussion and prepare the EU and the candidates better for this step? Thank you.
Thank you, Jana. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very pleased to be here at this important conference that has really been very inspiring about Europe, about many issues we're all very concerned about. Discussing the costs of enlargement, I think it is very useful to remember the discussion prior to the entry of the countries from Central and Eastern Europe, but because, of course, the discussion started way back in the mid-1990s when prospects of membership were announced, and the main issue has to do with the reallocation of budgetary funding, the budget of the European Union. And of course, the main policies that will be affected are the common agricultural policy and the cohesion funds, the regional policies of the European Union. And here, since we have 10 candidates, as Isabel has reminded us, at this point, I think we really have to distinguish between the Western Balkans and the trio, the neighborhood trio, because of economic size. And if you look at, there are enormous differences in economic indicators between the small Western Balkan countries and a country like Ukraine. And I have, well, in some of my recent work, precisely because the Western Balkans are such small countries, I have sustained that enlargement to the Western Balkans would actually not be costly, that it would be fully sustainable. And this goes counter to some of the opinions of EU member states, but also the public opinion. They have you talked about it, and in fact, there is this fear that another enlargement would really be catastrophic for the present European Union. But if you consider that the Western Balkans represent currently 4% of the population of the current EU 27 European Union, and if we consider that these are all very small countries that essentially tomorrow when they enter the European Union, they're unlikely to have decision-making powers comparable to many present EU member states, but also in terms of the EU budget, there have been quite a few studies. Well, I wrote a paper some years ago, but there's an excellent paper by Moimir Mrak and his colleagues that actually shows that enlargement to the Western Balkans would cost something like less than 0.03% of member states' income. So really the implications are unlikely to be important. Of course, the major cost is the redistribution of the budget. And here, the Western Balkans are still today much less developed than the EU 27. We see that the most developed countries in terms of GDP per capita is Montenegro, but Montenegro has arrived at 50% of EU GDP per capita. Kosovo is probably at 25% or a little more. We do not know for many reasons. Statistics, unfortunately, on the Western Balkans are still very inaccurate and very unprecise, and so we have to rely on some estimates. They would, of course, have access to substantial funding for development purposes. And the Western Balkans are also more agricultural than the average EU member states. They still have some countries, especially Albania, has a huge labor force in the agricultural sector. Value added in the sector is also very high. And so, of course, these are some considerations. But still, I think that the benefits, I'm talking about the Western Balkans, and then if I have time, I would like to mention some further statistics. I think that the benefits are likely to be greater than the costs. And here again, I'm remembering the discussion on Central Eastern Europe. We have the general benefits of EU enlargement. I mean, the whole integration process in the European Union has been, I think, beneficial for countries entering, but also for the whole European Union. But then there are also specific, we know it from the literature, from various reports and studies, but also for specific benefits in the case of the Western Balkan countries. They would have access to much higher funding, much higher resources of the European Union. They would have to apply the rule of law. They would have to confirm with some norms that we are trying to apply in the European Union. So generally, I think in this sense, the benefits are likely to be much higher than the potential costs. Now, just a few words about comparing the Western Balkans with Ukraine. Now, of course, I don't want to sound too much in favor of the Western Balkans, but the Western Balkans somehow are very small economies, and this is often forgotten. I have already mentioned that in terms of population, they are only 4% of the current EU population. If you look at Ukraine, it's more than 9% of the EU population. In terms of levels of development, now in the Western Balkans, you see that it goes from 4,400 something euros in Kosovo at current prices to 8,000 in Montenegro. Ukraine presently has a GDP per capita in current prices, which is actually lower than Kosovo, which means that it's even poorer in GDP per capita terms than Kosovo. And also, with respect to the EU level of GDP per capita, if Kosovo is today at 25% and Montenegro is 50%, Ukraine, unfortunately, is probably somewhere where Kosovo is, but unfortunately we do not have the data. We simply miss the statistics. Eurostat has not published some of these statistics. I could say much more also about the agriculture. Agriculture was one of the topics that was very much debated in the 1990s, and in fact, the first studies produced by the European Commission actually stated that the common agricultural policy, as it was at that time, would not be applicable to the Central East European countries. So there was a long debate, there were studies prepared, and finally the rules were changed. The rules were changed in order to accommodate the Central East European countries. And of course, there was a huge disproportion at that time when we had the big enlargement in 2004 between low levels of development and relatively low GDPs in Central and Eastern Europe. And anyway, these are topics that I have followed in the 1990s, etc. And somehow I think altogether there are a lot of misperceptions about the Western Balkans that must be removed precisely because I think the impact, the economic impact would be negligible. So to start with, of course, there are many other things I would like to say.
Yes, thank you very much, Milica. We will get to more questions in the second round, and then with the questions from the audience. Now, before I will actually read out all the questions that we are receiving from you, and I have to say they are actually coming quite many, which is positive, of course, for the last panel discussion of the Prague European Summit. I will turn to you, ladies, with my own questions, because this is a very interesting discussion and there are many elements to address. So, Isabel, Camino talked about, as I appreciate it, summarized very briefly, the different approaches of staged accession or phasing in, or now we talk about gradual integration and so on. In your personal opinion, do you think that these proposed approaches can actually somehow accelerate or enable faster EU enlargement, or is there a potential risk that it would only lead to further stalling at different stages?
I have to say, for stage accession, I'm quite hopeful. I think it is a good solution. I think it's a good solution if the commitment to enlarge is real. Now, I don't believe in dates. You can never give a final date, say in 2030, so and so will accede. This is predetermining a political process. It is impossible. But what you can do is give dates, create a roadmap, let's say, and give dates for benchmarks that need to be accomplished for you to enter a specific phase, let's say, if it's a stage accession. I think that's fair enough to do, because it's also part of monitoring and evaluating a process. So fair enough. I wonder if I can comment on some of the things that were said by my panelists. I will be brief. First, the Geo-Economic Commission that was mentioned, because this is very much being talked about in Brussels as how great we had a geopolitical one and now we're moving to the geoeconomics. But for me, it's the continuation of the same. You will still see these tensions between do we do it for transactional reasons, for interest, for short-term results, and what happens with the values. And if you look at the economic security communication that came in, that very much also talks about, and it has been the trend since 2006 in the global EU, the European global strategy, that talked about principled pragmatism, which already compromised the common values discourse. And as a Cypriot, I want to say something about comparing the Cyprus case with Ukraine, because I truly think they are not comparable. And this came up earlier as well, and yesterday in this conference. And I think it creates false impressions and illusions, because first of all, Cyprus was not in war when it got into the EU. It is extremely small of a country, of less than 1 million. So it wasn't even among the battles for interest among member states. It was small fish, it's bait, it's nothing. There was a referendum before we entered into the EU. And in that referendum, which failed, the question was, because there was a peace plan on the table, and the question was, would you agree on the UN proposed Annan peace project, and for Cyprus to go into the EU united? And essentially people were voting yes or no on the peace plan. And then there the Turkish Cypriot community resoundingly replied yes, by 75%, the Greek Cypriots 24% only. But there it was clear, both where the borders were and that the communities wanted to be in the EU. So there was a clear EU plan. Anyway, just to say that those are not comparable for me, anyway.
Okay, thank you very much for this explanation also, because I see it sometimes mentioned. I have to say I haven't come across this comparison too often, luckily, but I also found it quite, let's say, wild comparison, yeah. Camino, you talked about how the EU is preparing and what are the necessary reforms in order to be prepared for enlargement and in particular for accepting Ukraine in. And my question would be, because also when we talk about 2004 enlargement, we saw this group approach towards enlargement, enlarging in waves, let's say, which eventually was, well, first there were supposed to be two groups, the Luxembourg and Helsinki group, and eventually it was merged into this big bang enlargement in 2004, and Bulgaria and Romania joining in 2007. According to the talks in Brussels, is there any such logic of preparing for another big bang enlargement, or do we still stick to the regatta approach of, basically merit-based progress on individual reform efforts?
Thanks. I feel attacked. I haven't compared Cyprus to Ukraine as in saying that it's the same situation. I'm talking about the political dynamic of it. You had Cyprus joining the European Union precisely because there was a big bang, for many other reasons as well, because it was small, but it was divided, and it was divided with a complex territorial question that many European member states were not necessarily very happy to have at that moment. But then you had Greece saying it's either this or nothing, and my wonder has always been who is going to be the Greece of Cyprus, of Ukraine. So that's the thing that I was going to say about Cyprus. I don't want to compare the situations at all. I don't think, and that's linked to this, I don't think there will be a big bang enlargement when it comes to this particular group of countries. I think, first of all, they are very different, as you were saying before, very different circumstances. The reason why we're talking about enlargement is completely different than the reason why we talked about enlargement when the big bang enlargement happened. And I was not there yet. But for what I gather from the conversations and for the experience of those who were there, lots of people thought that the Big Bang enlargement was not necessarily very well thought through, and that it came along with a number of problems that have resulted in some of the questions that I talked about before, which have not been resolved in recent years. And I think pretty much, I think to this perception, unfortunately, the Polish and Hungarian question have contributed quite a lot. And that's why if you read and that's why the values question is so important. And if you talk to anybody in Brussels, the rule of law question is going to be the first thing that is going to be on the table, and the backsliding and all these kind of things. And that is also why I think it's going to be much more complicated to make the case for enlargement in general if we continue to deny ourselves the very mere fact that you cannot do such a huge enlargement with such huge different regional priorities without reforming the treaties. And because we're not there yet, I think the regatta concept is the winning concept at the moment. Merit-based, 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 geopolitical considerations, yes, but. And I think that's where we are at the moment. Now, will something happen and change everything? I don't know, because we live in a world where things can happen and change everything. But I think at the moment a big bang is not something that I would. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for a clear answer. It's appreciated. Milica, you talked about the structure of economies of the Western Balkans, their size, which is negligible compared to Ukraine, but also compared to other EU economies. And you also mentioned that unfortunately they are still, despite 20 years of engagement with the EU, they are still significantly underdeveloped. This is an aspect which is emphasized by a stream of thought, let's say, among the research community who deal with the socio-economic convergence of the Western Balkans with the EU and the lack of it, let's say, over the 2 decades. The European Union seems to be paying more attention to it, especially throughout this year and with the last week's introduction of the growth plan by the European Commission. We also saw in the interviews with Commissioner Várhelyi or some mentions from Ursula von der Leyen previously that they seem to be more aware that there is this development gap between the region and the European Union, and it needs to be somehow bridged, or there need to be steps taken towards bridging it already in the pre-accession phase to somehow also soften the blow of next enlargement. So related to this, do you think that the current instruments that the European Commission has towards the Western Balkans, financial instruments like the IPA funds, the instrument for pre-accession assistance, or the growth plan recently introduced are actually enough, and can they boost socio-economic convergence of the region?
Thank you, Jana. As an economist, I've stressed for many, many years how important the economic problems of the Western Balkans are. And there was not, I think, sufficient awareness in the European Commission about the concrete economic problems that these countries have been facing. So, of course, the fact that there is more awareness about how the instruments that the European Union, the European Commission has used in the Western Balkans have really not delivered on convergence, has brought some new instruments. And in fact, there has been a lot of criticism about how little the Western Balkans have been receiving from the European Union. And in fact, if you look at before the adoption of this new growth plan for the Western Balkans, if you look at the 7-year multi-annual financial perspective, you will see that the Western Balkan, what was according to the planned allocations, the Western Balkans would be actually receiving something like less than 0.5% of total budget of the European Union. So actually 0.45% of total funds, which obviously is extremely little in comparison with present EU member states, the less developed countries that in fact are receiving substantial funding through cohesion policy, regional policies, and so on. So this new emphasis on economics is very, very important. but it will certainly not be enough. I think if I can also mention that in these 11 years, only North Macedonia and Montenegro have actually succeeded in moving towards the EU average GDP per capita by some 8 percentage points. The other countries, much less, but we're talking about a period of 11 years, so a relatively long period. And so the results have certainly not been satisfactory. And that is why, in fact, also because of the criticism that the EU is not doing enough for the Western Balkans, there is this new growth plan for the Western Balkans that rests on 4 main pillars. One regards the internal market, including the Western Balkans as much as possible in various policy areas of the internal market. The second is regional cooperation, which has been there since the second half of the 1990s. The third is the fundamentals, of course, rule of law, but also socioeconomic reforms. And finally, a new financial package of 2 billion euros in grants and another 4 billion, which hopefully can be raised on the markets, loans, basically. And so this has been announced already last June by Ursula von der Leyen as a big change of policies for the Western Balkans. But actually, the main issue is this new financial package. But actually, it's only something like 20% more than what the Western Balkans were supposed to be receiving. And somehow, it cannot really make a difference. It cannot really make a difference. I don't think it can really have an important impact on development of these countries. Not only because this sum is tiny in comparison to how much the EU is spending on other issues, which are certainly priorities and are more important, but especially if we consider that we have to look at the other side of the coin and consider some of the governance problems that the Western Balkan countries have today. Weak administrative capacity, many issues that have certainly, which show how the public administrations do not have the human capital, the skills to actually prepare mature projects. Now we have the green transition, we have all the new issues that are top priorities in the European Union, but unfortunately there's not enough knowledge about these issues. We don't have enough knowledge in the EU about how to implement the green transition and how to go towards renewables and so on. I mean, there are so many very complex issues, and you can imagine how also in the Western Balkans, I mean, the situation is much worse. So it's also a matter of weak administrative capacity, and so something has to be done also in terms of helping the public administration, helping firms, enterprises adapt new strategies for moving towards various goals that we're trying to implement in the EU, but also, I would say, also in the banking sector. You know, bank officials, they have no idea of what the green transition is. So if they are approving projects that firms are applying for, you know, they have to know much more about these objectives. And I would like, yes, the growth plan, if I can say a few other my observations. It was just published now on the 8th of November, so I was reading it on my plane to Prague. Of course, it's an attempt of the European Commission to do more for the Western Balkans, and this is, of course, very, very positive. But the financial resources are low, and the problem is also linked to the fact that I understand that the European Commission has a lot on its agenda, but actually the growth plan seems to strengthen conditionality towards the Western Balkans even more. Now, we didn't touch upon the issue of conditionality policy of the European Union. It's one of the factors that have slowed down the integration of the Western Balkans into the European Union, because as you all know, it's not only the Copenhagen criteria, it's additional criteria linked to regional cooperation, linked to the all international treaties and so on. But now if you look at this new growth plan, you will find all possible issues which actually complicate policymakers in the Western Balkans in trying to obey and show that they're in line with some of these instructions and measures. So on the single market, for example, there are 7 priority areas, but if you look at them, it's, well, the things that we already know, but it becomes even more complicated. And what I'm especially surprised is that there's very little on education. Now, this morning, who was in this room this morning, we were discussing smarter Europe, the smarter European Union and more efficient European Union. And of course, what we have had as on the agenda of the European Union since the 2000s with this Lisbon strategy of a knowledge-based economy, it has been smart growth, investing in research and development, investing in education. And it's surprising to see how there's only one point where vocational education is mentioned, but cooperation in vocational education among the Western Balkans. So educational reforms are left to the Western Balkans, and unfortunately there's a lot to be said. There's a big study we did for the European Commission in 2016 on all the Western Balkan countries, where we have tried to actually determine this huge mismatch between what the higher education institutions are producing and what the labor market needs are. But somehow it's not mentioned. Not only, but there's a new element. I'm sorry, I've been talking too much. There's a new element about, in this new growth plan, about value chains, so integration into industrial supply chains. And I was very happy to read this title, but then when you look at the document, you see that it is actually only 2 sectors. And I was amazed to read that they want to make strategic partnerships primarily in the raw materials value chains and critical medicines. So, of course, this is a long issue. I cannot go into that, but it's actually extraction of lithium and other raw materials, which of course are very important because of the green transition, because of electric cars and so on. But there are also there's a big discussion about the environmental impact of extraction of minerals. So anyway, I think this growth plan is full of contradictions, and somehow it's not sufficiently in conformity with the economic and investment plan that was launched 2 years ago, where you had 10 flagships, and where correctly, of course, there were 3 flagships dealing with the green transition. Somehow I don't see it included in this growth plan. So it's a bit contradictory for me.
Okay, thank you, Milica. I will dive into the questions from the audience, and because they are quite numerous, I will merge some of them, in fact, and rephrase a little bit. Milica, you were also talking about the conditionality for the Western Balkans and how it actually changed, and that it's not really anymore about the Copenhagen criteria only. a huge issue in the Western Balkans were the bilateral issues, either between the candidates, but also, unfortunately, between member states and their neighboring candidate countries. And some of the questions from the audience are actually focused around this, about either the mixed messaging from the European Union, which I also read as these big promises verbally, but then different behavior, or specifically about the role of the bilateral issues when sometimes we saw countries, in particular North Macedonia, being actually held back despite its progress on the reform agenda due to bilateral issue with an EU member state. I will try to focus the question so it gives you an opportunity for a quick answer. Do you think there is a way how to resolve in a short or medium-term future this issue in the accession process, how to get rid of the vetoes by the EU member states on basis of bilateral issues? If you, Isabel, want to start? And please try to be brief because we are slowly running out of time and we have to finish on time this panel.
There's no way of being brief. I mean, some of these bilateral issues are actually not within the enlargement process of the countries. They are brought in by these member states, which obviously, opens up Pandora's box of how should we take decisions at the council level. So it opens up the whole discussion about should we take decisions by qualified majority voting, which is obviously something that's on the table as far as what think tanks are proposing. And in the last panel, we heard about the Franco-German expert group proposals. And the proposals obviously not only talk about bringing qualified majority voting in the picture, but how qualified majority voting will be taken. So under the current conditions, it wouldn't work. So, how changing what the qualified majority voting would look like. And if I may plug a report that we did in the EP think tank website, where you can find it. You can just put in Google EP think tank and you will find a big study there about how qualified majority voting decisions affect EU foreign policy, and different options are presented. So even within, there is a big AFCO report, so a report from the Constitutional Affairs Committee that is looking at the possible reforms that could be made to the treaties, because this obviously there was, as you know, a conference on the future of Europe in the parliament with specific demands that were made by stakeholders. So what the parliament has tried to do is bring these requests and ideas to the political level and push for even a convention, if possible, to change the treaties. But obviously, as we've already mentioned, and as Camino mentioned, the decision is taken by the member states. So, we always fall back to that.
Thank you. Camino, want to add something, follow up?
Very quickly, I think vetoes are difficult when it comes to questions of national sovereignty, and enlargement is one of them. So that's why I don't necessarily believe in, removing vetoes on things like sanctions or foreign policy in general, because you can very easily, we've heard this yesterday, we can just very easily use them in your favor if you're a government that is against European Union integration. Come back home and say, the European Union told me to do that. I didn't want to do it, so I'm just not going to implement it. And we saw that with the quotas on migration in 2015, 2016. Can we solve bilateral problems by removing unanimity? I don't know. I mean, the Franco-German report and others suggest to have QMV during the phases of enlargement and have unanimity for the approval of the accession. I'm not entirely sure whether that would solve the concerns that some member states have. I also worry a lot about the newly found use for vetoes that some member states have, because eventually European Union policy has always been a question of you have something now that I will want tomorrow, right? So it's a transaction in between member states together with supranational institutions. But now vetoes are being used in a different way, in a blackmailing way, in exchange for something that has nothing to do with the thing that you might have tomorrow and with no plan to use them better. So I'm not entirely sure whether, by removing unanimity in all the process, you're going to solve those problems, and whether you want to solve those problems that way, as opposed of trying to find some more creative way of getting governments involved in that process without having to outvote them. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Kamina Milica.
Well, I'm very much in favor of finding a solution where one member state cannot continue blocking the accession of some of the Western Balkan countries. I think North Macedonia is really a case to recall. I mean, first it was blocked by Greece. Now it's still being blocked by Bulgaria. I think North Macedonia still has to reform its, adopt some amendments to its constitution in order to actually really start these accession negotiations, which it has been waiting for such a long time. So I'm definitely in favor, and I'm sure some solution can be found. And if I may say a few other words about bilateral issues, of course, the key issue in the Western Balkans is the Kosovo-Serbian dialogue. And I think if that was solved in some way, if the present diplomatic pressure put on both Serbia and Kosovo was to move forward, I think the question of letting the Western Balkans into the European Union would be much, much simpler. But there are many issues linked to this issue, to this problem, also because 5 EU member states have not recognized Kosovo. But I want to be optimistic. In fact, with this new round of diplomatic pressure on Vučić and Kurti, we see that, in fact, it's been going very slowly, and many analysts say that it's business as usual, but somehow there is increased pressure. I mean, if you follow it daily, and if you look at all the visits to the Balkans, and Ursula von der Leyen was in each of these countries just recently, somehow I want to be optimistic that the key players, the key political players, will realize that they have to do something about applying the Ohrid agreement and go along the main conditions. And I think this is more than feasible. Why not? I mean, there's no time to discuss the Ohrid agreement, but I think that somehow I think there is more awareness at the political level that either you take it or you will be out of the European Union. So I think that perhaps we're moving towards some progress, and that would also be a step towards accelerating the entry of the Western Balkans into the European Union.
Thank you, Milica. I love that we are ending on such a positive and optimistic note. That is unusual when discussing Western Balkans and enlargement. Thank you very much. We had a few more questions, more specific and targeted ones that we didn't manage to address during this panel discussion, but I would like to encourage you to stay with us until the end of the program, and feel free to approach us and our panelists during the refreshments and the ending of the conference. Thank you very much, ladies, for joining us tonight and for sharing your insights and your thoughts on such a complicated topic. Thank you all, and I will pass the floor back to Aneta.
Thank you very much for this expert debate and your deep insights you shared with us. I would like now ask you to move to the front row of the audience session so we can conclude our today's program. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, honorable guests, I hope that you are not already tired with my face, as you have seen me a lot during these 2 days, and maybe even too much. However, I would like to tell you a few more words. It was my great pleasure to spend 2 enlightening days with you here in the Lichtenstein Palace. I am grateful for the possibility to listen to frank and constructive debate about European resilience from economic, political and global perspective. It was great to hear the expertise, knowledge and stories which the speakers shared with us. I'm also very glad that I could meet participants of this year's Future European Leaders Forum. And thank you very much for your comments, questions, speeches and attention. And now I would like you to allow me actually to steal from you a few more minutes for the closing remarks of Martin Vokálek, Executive Director of European Institute for European Policy.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. As we conclude this year's Prague European Summit, I stand before you with immense gratitude to all of those who made it possible and to all of you who have taken part in the roles of speakers, moderators, guests and organizers. In this year's summit, within our various formats, we welcomed 75 panelists and more than 500 guests, out of which 49% were women and 46% were of different than Czech nationality. This really makes the Prague European Summit the international platform of a significant scale. I dare to say that we also managed to reach the broader public, with several hundred people joining us on our live streams on Facebook and YouTube, and also 7 additional fora organized in Prague and Czech regions. At the same time, many interviews for various Czech and international media were conducted during the summit. I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to our partners, whose support and participation have played a big role in the success of our event. The closest partners of the summit are the Office of the Government of the Czech Republic, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Czech Republic, representation of the European Commission of the Czech Republic, Hans Seidel Stiftung, European Investment Bank, the City of Prague, and many others. Also, thanks to them, we had the possibility to engage in critical discussions on the topic of our shared European future, with the keyword being resilience. We explored the economic aspects, addressing the transformation of the European economy. We delved into political resilience, contemplating the future of European governance of the whole EU. Finally, we considered forward resilience, envisaging the EU as a potent geopolitical actor on the world stage. Yet, there are many challenges we need to face nowadays, and some more are looming on the horizon. Looking forward to the next years, it carries profound significance for our common European project. We might face further escalation in the Middle East, challenges in the Indo-Pacific, and we will have a series of elections, including those to the European Parliament and also US presidential elections. So the importance of close intersectoral cooperation and need of informed and engaged citizens become more evident than ever. And the platforms such as the Prague European Summit should play a crucial role in helping us understand the ongoing events and facilitate the dialogue on how we shall move forward in a turbulent world. With this being said, let this Prague European Summit be not just the meeting of minds, but also a call to action, a commitment to shaping European future that stands strong in the face of uncertainty. Thank you all for your contributions and your commitment to the future of our continent. I would like to ask all of you to utilize the contacts and perspectives you have exchanged here in Prague and use them in your upcoming endeavors. In the end, I would like to give a special thanks to all the staff, to my colleagues from European Institute for European Policy and the Institute of International Relations, and also to all the interns who joined us to make all this happen. The success of this event is a testament to the hard work of each single team member, and without you, it wouldn't be possible. So thank you very much. Also, I would like to thank namely and invite them to the stage, the Mats Brown, who was leading the IIR team, Aneta Zachová for hosting the summit, and Kristina Chlebáková for coordinating the logistics. Please come here. And the biggest applause should go to Anna Rosipal-Pajerová, the manager of Prague European Summit, who was the whole year sitting on so many chairs, and she was leading various activities to navigate the summit to this real moment. Anička, thank you so much for your dedication. And in the name of the whole team, I wish you all the best in your upcoming family project. And now I wish you all safe travels home. I would like to invite you for the glass of wine downstairs. And we are already looking forward to seeing you in Prague European Summit 2024, where we will be also commemorating the 20 years accession of the Czech Republic to the EU. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the evening.